so many rules for things that matter to me. Like driving on beaches and a license to fish in the sea. I used to live like a gypsy, I'd camp by the side of the road. Now they just move me along, there's nowhere to go. Well, I'll give up my gun when the ocean runs dry. Well, I remember when fireworks were always a family affair. The whole town would turn up to join the event of the year. Well, there were crackers and sparklers and rockets and fountains and shells. When they took them away, they took some of our freedom as well. I'll give up my gun when the sun doesn't shine. Now I lock up my house, lock up my car and my shed. If I try to defend them, I'm likely to get locked up instead. Because the scumbags got lawyers and rights, so the law lets them be. While the honest hard-working get shafted, fight to stay free. I'll give up my gun when the birds don't fly. Come on, Bugsy. Let's go home. You're a good little fella. Come on, Tronco. Let's get the hell out of here. Come on, mate. You done good. Your mother would be proud. You're not very happy with me, Ed. You listen. Did you hear him? Well, I'll give up my gun when the ocean runs dry. And I'll give up my gun when the sun doesn't shine. I'll give up my gun when the birds don't fly. I'll give up my gun when politicians don't lie.
G'day, Johnny, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm out walking, but what are you doing here with that gun?
I thought I took all the guns. You didn't get them all, mate, and you're not having this one.
I'm after you.
Hey, boys. There he goes. Get him. There he goes. Come on, boys. Tackle him. We'll get him. Take away. Nearly got him, boys.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? Oh, sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this
The only reason you drop to one knee is to go to the kneeling position to bring your rifle down to approximately crotch level, so that when you shoot into the zombie crowd, that 30-06 goes through 4, 5, 6 center torso groin areas, or maybe 15 to 20 legs like snowflake blocks. Anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Mark Kernke. One day closer to victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and east. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, and CB base stations, along with UltraNet, all right now, by the way, in the test system, Hallmark and Golden Spike Technologies, east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson, along with CONUS, the outlying 2 states, the outlying 2 territories, and more, and the clock. Somewhere it's midnight, somewhere it's midday, but right now it is 5:06 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. In the bottom of the state of Michigan, it's been a perfect day. It's been a little muggy, but it's Michigan, and it is summertime. I was going to say winter. God, it is not winter. It is summertime. And a beautiful, beautiful day. Everything's lush right now. All of the berry and grape products are going to be en masse this year. In fact, we're probably going to get an early crop of black raspberries that is just going to be buckets. So right now, last night I was staying up a little late and going through all of the little jars, mating them up so that we have what we need squared away. Don't have it all done, but I got some of the basic stuff thrown in the right direction. We've got thousands and thousands of mason jars, and thank goodness, because we're going to try to fill them all up this year. But the wild grapes, black raspberries, thimbleberries, in fact, even although the June berries, good point, I should remember that. The June berries are late this year, which is kind of strange considering weather we had, but it was cool earlier. However, the production is vast, so we are going to end up with 5-gallon pails of what everybody out west calls huckleberries. Here we call them June berries. When these things ripen in the north, the bears, everything, is standing side by side. It's a competition to who can eat fastest when the bushes ripen, and they ripen all at once. And guys, it's sugar. These things are like sweet, sweet sugar. Raccoons, possums, porcupines, birds, bears, deer. Everything converges on those plants, and they don't look at each other. They're focusing on the food, and they nom 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 nom. So if you don't catch them like when they're on the cycle, something else is going to eat them. It's that simple. Now down here, not so much actually. That's what's really cool. Don't have all of the vast pine forest or oak forest with not as much ground cover. That's why they go to this stuff wherever you got sugar, calcium, anything like that. The animals flock to it. That's why there's no bones in the woods. Calcium is in short supply. The bones sit there. Everything nibbles on them. Porcupines will eat them down to turn them into porcupine poop. Just as a heads up. That's why you don't find bones lying all over the place. It's kind of like throwing bones into a pig pen or people into a pig pen if you want to get rid of problems. Doesn't take long and they're all gone. Okay, all gone. Coming out the other end, fully processed. Anyway, it is Monday, and all kinds of things happening over the weekend. Fascinating stuff. Idiot Stick, the fool that was the only black driver in the Drama Queen, bottom-feeding turd, Black Lives Matter piece of filth, driver at the Talladega Speedway, said he came in and he saw a noose. This shows you that an idiot. This is an idiot that does not know equipment. I don't fix them, man. I just drive them, and I can barely do that. This asshat came into the garage and looked in there, and there was a noose. It was a serpentine belt, and there's a bunch of those laying around. But he decided that that must be a noose, and they did the investigation. An old snowflake drama queen slash, inner city punk, who crapped his drawers for the sake of demanding attention, caused a tempest in a teapot as a BSer, which is always the case with these fools. So same garbage, different location, same drama queens, same, maybe he had a dad, maybe he didn't, probably not. I'm at the point I don't care. But the fools, this is the kind of garbage you're just going to get nonstop, and if you let it in the door, this is what you get. So BS on that turd. Anyway, as it is other stuff. Well, let's see, what is it? Chazza, Chitty, Chucky, Wucky, Chow. It's got to be with a C, though. Chungo, Chango, Chad, Chaz, Chiff, Chup, Chip, Chango, whatever the new name for the Seattle Communist Enclave is, had a couple of extra shootings over the weekend. And, of course, immediately they're calling for an ambulance, and the ambulances didn't come. Now, I would point something out. As I've said many times about anarchists, communists, all socialists, they all have to demand everything free after you've built everything. And they tell you how they hate you, but, okay, so you had whatever happened. Maybe it was a confrontation. Dude, you weren't supposed to touch my blunt, man. That was our blunt, man. It's the people's blunt. No, dude, that was my good stash, man. You know how much I paid for that? It is the people's blunt now. The hemp, the ganja is everyone's, man. Well, it was mine, man, and here, hold my bullets. Oh, man, I get you too. Oh, ah, ooh, ah. And so anyway, Frito-Lay and the band of renown there got their ass shot, and now they're in critical condition. Well, one of them, of course, died because he did bleed to death. First of all, the ambulance crews, under no circumstances, were going to drive up or go in. And I'm just telling them, why don't you take and we're driving in there? Because you know what's going to happen. They're going to try to steal stuff. They're going to, you're trying to fix the guy. I guarantee they'd be ripping stuff right off of the vehicle. And so basically it was, nope. So eventually the cops came in, blah, 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 who cares? And more on that in a second, but half an hour later the cops came in, but by that time the corpse/bodies had been moved and run down the street to the bourgeoisie capitalist slash semi-communist hospital there, one of them in Seattle, where apparently the one ganja brain died, okay? Whatever they were fighting over, it was valiant, glorious. Snowflakes, fire more, shoot more, aim more, you know what I mean? It just, go to town. And so apparently there were 3 total, 1 dead. Now they tried to say 2, but it looks like the numbers that come out, if you look at all the leftist garbage with the reporting, which is great because they actually do, at least some accurate battlefield reporting in their own area of operation, that apparently 2 were shot. Maybe 1 wasn't hit as bad. The other one, he definitely figured they couldn't do anything. But now I'm going to talk about that. How many of you, I'm shifting directions because, the Seattle Soviet Socialist Democracy, the whole area is communist. You know what the difference is? It's the difference, as I've told you a million times, between Trotskyites, Leninites, and Stalinites. And, of course, don't forget you've got Maos. You've got Maos there, too. You've got communist Chinese-type Marxists. And so you've got different factions. And, guys, as soon as they were done taking over, I would remind you, as I've said a million times, then the next wave of purges began, and first of all, the first people killed when the communists took over in Russia were all the moderates. Once the moderates were stupid enough to go, oh, I'm going to lick their boot, and the top of their boot and the bottom of their boot, oh, look, he turned around and put his pants down. I'm going to clean his bunghole. Oh, wait a minute, he turned around. He wants me to clean his junk. Okay, I can lick that clean, too. Okay, so that's what they expect, okay? But they're never happy. And then they execute you anyway. Well, all the moderates who were stupid enough to think they could live with the communists, they're all dead now. And then the next step is, well, remember that old thing from Animal Farms? All animals are created equal, comrade. But some animals are more equal than others, as is always the case when you get into monopolistic monarchies. So anyway, Jewish Trotsky, Jewish Lenin, and Jewish Stalin, who were all chewing back and forth at each other, though Trotsky leaned towards Lenin because his logic was he was going to ascend when Lenin died in the arms of his queer lover. and he didn't. And even though Trotsky actually controlled technically the Red Army, Stalin, of course, had the harder-hitting batch of other communists. And so the conflict continued until Trotsky had to unask the AO, and he fled Russia and the SSRs, and he went to Mexico to join up with the communists who had just taken over Mexico. He ran all the way across the globe to the, halfway around the planet. Of course, it didn't do him any good now, because Stalin sent assassins because he didn't want to worry about Trotsky popping in and showing up again. And so many other party assassins were sent out to go after Trotsky. The one Jewish mob, Murder Incorporated, was going after the Chicago Jewish mob, Capone. Okay? And they went to town on each other. Well, Trotsky lost. It lost after he lost in Russia. Okay? Same thing's happening here now. So, I mean, this is the micro version, and by the way, this is not done, this is not finished, it doesn't make any difference what happens. All these creatures that came out of the woodwork, they're here, and unless you shoot their ass down and or deport them out, this is still going to keep going. Can you trust these people to put your food together in a restaurant? If you got pasty-faced white brats that are saying how they want to kill all the white people, and they're pasty-faced white brats, do you really trust going to a restaurant where you see any of those creatures in any way, shape, or form behind the counter? Pay attention to their clothes, pay attention to their tats, pay attention to their looks. And if you see a little gaggle of them back there where they're putting the food together, but they're out here, they can't see what they're doing, they're looking up, they got little smirks, and to look away real quick, they're doing something to your food. Okay, watch this, seen it before, and even plugged their hind end once years ago. That happened once, and actually disassembled the food right there on the counter and said, now we're calling the police. And everybody's face dropped, because it was funny that they thought they were going to do nasty stuff to somebody's food, but the logic was that you'd never get caught, because we're all supposed to be idiot sticks and non-observant, okay? So anyway, I don't care if Seattle burns down. I would prefer that Seattle does burn down. I would hope that the communists would expand beyond where they are to fight the other communists. The communist cops are no different from the communists that are in the enclave, in Chadistan, Chazakistan, Chudstan, Chabubistan, Qingbao-stan, Xiaoxiaoping-Stan, because remember, they may go, at some point, the communist Chinese element, the Maoists, might finally take over, and then you're going to see they'll demand that everything be in multilingual. Yeah, how dare you? You just had the Africanus Babinus nonsense going there, and they need to have Chinese underneath and maybe 2 or 3 other nationalities to prove their solidarity with all the rest of their international Soviet brothers and sisters and guppies and cross-dressers, queers and $3 bill turds, and Epstein types. So that's coming. Now, we're going to shift, because Seattle's pretty straightforward. You've probably seen enough of that. Now, how much of this did you see? Let's go over here for a second. I'm just going to play a soundbite. And Edward, not yet, but if you could, please, cue up March of Cambrai. I want to play it a little later, but not right now. But if you could, cue up and find March of Cambrai. I know we got it in the inventory. Meanwhile, I want you to listen to something, and I'll explain to you what you're listening to in a minute here. Now, you probably don't recognize that soundtrack, but you can hear the crowd of animals cheering, and you heard that bump, bump, bump. In San Francisco, the Francis Scott Key statue was toppled this weekend. And, of course, they then took an American flag and burned it on the, using, by the way, the starter flares I've told you guys you all need to buy. If you want to see how well they work, go over to YouTube, watch the video, Francis Scott Key statue toppled in Golden Gate Park, SF. And it is at John Castberg. It's not the only one. John Castberg, one of several places you can go. To see what it is that's going on there, and again, watch the whole thing. As one person pointed out, it's like they'd been there an hour earlier. There was nothing going on. Within an hour, the cops did nothing. They had no way, shape, or form interfered. They let them tear down this bronze statue, which is outrageous. I mean, if you know what the price of these things, they're outrageous, which is why cities don't buy these things. The cities are too busy with graft and corruption and stealing stuff and barely providing any services. All of these monuments and any type of regalia like this is generated by private individuals and some form of donation group of take your pick, whatever mechanism it is. None of these rats build anything. It ain't going to happen. They're basically the parasite destroyers coached by the kosher mafia behind the scenes. But what's fascinating about this is, again, the cops did absolutely nothing. Nobody in any way, shape, or form intervened. And, again, the idea of burning the American flag, using the Torah, the flare, which may or may not cause some thermal damage. It depends. They are burning hot enough, but it's, and it is focused close enough. It probably did some damage. Big thing is flag was burned, etc. And this is a rehash of what also happened in, by the way, Richmond, Virginia, where several of what I've always commented on, are beautiful bronze statuary that are humans, lifelike, human size. Well, they grabbed a bunch of them and dragged them and, scuffed them up going down the streets. And again, the cops, the worthless turd cops, who were all muscling up and wanted to kill you gun owners. But here we have all of these rotten communist pigs doing all this damage in the city. Did you see any damage done when all you guys were there in Richmond protesting the gun grab thing? Nope. Was the place left cleaner when you were done? Yep. The difference between producers and these idiot stick drama queen shoe-size IQ 2-year-olds in semi-adult panty-waist bodies. Bunch of excrement, filth, vomitous ilk. We need to shoot them out of our country. The only thing that's going to work is to put a bullet in them. You're not going to fix them. They're going to be around. They're going to try to murder you. This will continue to escalate. This isn't even close to over, not anywhere near. And you better be buying more ammunition, buying more food, squaring your technology away, master the trade, study the art of war. When we come out of the chocks, we got to get them all. We run them to the water, lasso them up. You hang who you want or shoot who you want. I prefer deporting a lot. But if they're really the scurrilous type that have done some of the wicked stuff we've seen, whatever you do to them, I don't care. I'm at that point, so it's like if you capture the management, I'd prefer we, talk to them. We need to find out where all the skeletons are and all the other characters that are trying to hide in the shadows, because they figure if they're pasty-faced white, they just got to shut up. Then they can start this garbage all over again, okay? In Richmond, Raleigh, shame on those two states. People should have been out, but instead they're waiting for the cops to do nothing. Why? Because the cops are worthless. Because the cops, as I've told you a million times, will follow to the letter every stinking order given to them by a communist, which is exactly what they're doing. At a given point, they'll get frustrated, like in Atlanta. We're not seeing, in fact, try to find anything on Atlanta where you have to go through a dozen different, you can go through roundabout ways and find social media if you know someone who's in Atlanta. But otherwise, there's only a handful of videos that have been posted. Everything else is not, non sequitur. Well, not unallowed. Let's put it that way. And so that's going to continue. That shipwreck is just, going to be where it is. Again, it's a communist city. The core is communist, so I don't care if they burn it down. But I'm going to ask everybody, if you've watched any of the videos of what's going on in Atlanta, like any of these cities, do you believe that anybody is going to make a delivery with delivery trucks in the areas where the cops aren't. Do you know what's going to happen? You drive your delivery truck in, they stop you, they pull you out of the delivery truck, they beat you senseless or kill you. Meanwhile, all the rest of their frothing at the mouth, knuckle-dragging cliff ape buddies are ripping open the doors, tearing apart everything, fighting over it like the cliff apes did back years ago. Remember when they did it in Watts with the food handouts because of the ransom. Yeah, remember that ransom with the Symbionese Liberation Army, Patty Hearst? Yeah, those videos they don't want you to see either. So anyway, they're going to tear apart whoever's stupid or foolish enough to come in, and then they'll be demanding more. Why aren't you coming in? You're racist because you're... no, I just like my trucks, and I think I'm going to keep my equipment, and I have other businesses outside of Atlanta. My only question is, like, with all the tearing up they're doing, no gas truck is going to go in there. So they got to be coming out. I would deny anybody coming out of Atlanta, you don't get any gas. What are you talking about? Well, I got riflemen here. You don't get any gas. Get your ass back out on the street. Get back into town where you belong, but you don't get any gas. So, as it is, that's where we are at this point with regard to certain points of the compass. Needless to say, the cliff apes and the humongous knuckle dragus of all colors, they're all cliff apes, are going to proceed and going to continue to include the fact it looks like they're going to try to come back after Hillsdale and try to come in harder. There's a bunch of different social media garbage with little comments made, so the Hillsdale keeps popping up, which is like, guys, Hillsdale's like nowhere. Now, Hillsdale College was actually created as an abolitionist college. For those you don't know, I've mentioned this, there is Hillsdale College there. It's a constitutional college. Hillsdale College receives no federal funding. They've received no government funding. It's an independent school. There are very few, if any, that are actually like it, which is why all of the communists hate it, because it's its own institution. They can't put a Jew down there and have him suck the lifeblood out of the money. Once you get that free federal money, goes into Izzy's account, goes over to hyphen Tel Aviv, everybody else gets screwed. Well, there's probably some of that by now going on, because they should have had plenty of time to infiltrate Hillsdale College. I mean, or at least, they got some, chump buddy lodge or synagogue in there. But for the most part, it's the symbolism. So they, of course, hate the institution. I would point out that Hillsdale College was the first college to allow Indians, blacks, and women to actually attend right from the get-go. That's what it was built for. And so this is one of those things where the older making comments now that, by the way, just got to add to that, I'm abbreviating a lot of other BS I've seen this weekend. What they're saying is that they're evil and bad because, well, yeah, they may have done that years ago. Right, when nobody else was doing this and nobody else thought it was cool, Hillsdale College was doing that. But that's not good enough. You can't satisfy these pea-brain tantrum nitwits that grew up. We warned everybody it was going to happen. They didn't spank their ass. They should have been cuffed side the head every time they opened their stupid mouth, because what we got now is what we got now, which means now you have to shoot them. Don't have to cuff them anymore. Don't have to hit them. I'm not going to correct them. It doesn't make any sense. You'll never fix it. Plus, here's my problem with this. Why am I going to waste my life's time pissing around with a bunch of idiot sticks that aren't worth the powder take to blow away? But we will have to shoot. I have other things to do, and these idiot sticks need to be gone from our lives. There's no living with them. We need to shoot them. We need to have a war. We've got idiot sticks in government that are the same way. There's no difference between the cops and Antifa. There's no difference between the cops and Antifa. You don't think so? Take a look at what's happening with the corona beer virus scam. They're trying to plug that right back in. They won't beat down Antifa. They won't drive. They can sit right where they are. They can take over a town. But boy, the cops are really brave to go and tell you all about how you need to wear a mask, and they're going to club you down, and you better be so many feet apart. And oh, by the way, the government of communists told them again that none of you can be out on the street, except for Antifa and Black Lives Matter and any other Soviets whose job it is to be on the streets while you cower and grovel in fear because of the corona beer virus scam and the liars that we have in the system. So, no, I don't think so. I think this, again, we're coming to a head on this one way or another. The cops will join with Antifa in the long run. One way or another, they're going to be just two arms of the same set of tentacles going back to the pigs behind the curtain, which are the Jewish mob and the globalists. So, guess what? Which are, well, wait a minute. Why did I repeat myself? Globalist, Jewish mob, globalist. Oh, well. So anyway, the filth is going to continue to do what the filth is going to do. Now, A couple other things that we need to be looking at, and already a couple of the other units are on alert. In fact, the 18th Mechanized is going to be rotating out. We're going to leave equipment in place, but we're going to put manpower. This is another thing we've trained to do. Do you know all of the equipment in your unit? I've mentioned this to you about watching training videos, but we've already had the same basic classes for Michigan Militia at Large, Wolverine Militia Corps, the CMM, Colonial Marine Militia units that are organized. But most important, within the CMM units, like the 18th has a wide spectrum of equipment because they do have armored trucks. They do have World War II equipment, which works just fine for what we're doing here, and really is not outdated in any way, shape, or form. You can upgrade the subsystems, and it's no different from any other armored vehicle. And since you're using them for infantry support, it doesn't make any difference. Anyway, a lot of modern equipment, but we've tried to cache it together. I've tried to explain to everybody, hey, you bought a Saracen years ago. You guys have an extra M114. They have 5 of the M114s. You only have one M114. They have a Saracen. You have 3 of the Saracens. Trade. And I've gotten people to do that so that we've had our mechanized units standardized. Plus, there's a big advantage. Remember, if something gets knocked out, it's going to be dragged back for spare parts. But it's also good for patterning because one of the things we've been doing is building new. We have what we call the Victor II, our light armored reconnaissance vehicle. It is the M114, but with all the critical modifications, looking at the issues of design when it first came out. Most of the parts are interchangeable, and certainly all the whole parts have been copied. So the only difference, for instance, what we did on the M114 / the Victor IIs, we actually did this with the M114s, we have a chin add-on, is a front roller for the front glacis, the lower glacis plate. The M114 had issues because of its size going cross stitches. So did the half track. Most people don't realize this. Have you ever looked at a half track? Look at the pre-war half tracks, and then look at the war production half tracks. Do you see the difference in the bumper? Do you see that roller up front on the models, or go look at the pictures? Do you know what the roller was for? It's for scudding into the cross of the other side of the bank on a ditch, so that when the drive gear is pushing forward, instead of your bumper chinning into the dirt, the front roller, that roller tube works as a wheel where it needs to, so that the bumper rolls up, the wheels catch, because there's a 10 degree variance in where it could have been, and they had a long nose on them. So what they did is they put a roller station up front. We did the same thing. We did an add-on with tubular stock steel and the roller tub, which by the way is more steel up front too, not much, but more steel up front. And it does the same thing it does in the half track, but on the Victor II, we sloped and added both the roller plate as a build-in, and the taper is better, so that it actually can do a better job of ditching. The Victor III, which you're going to see a lot of in combat videos as soon as anything kicks off, is a 6-wheeled version of the M114, only it's wheeled, not tracked. Same hull, but with wheels instead of a tracked system. So we have both in service. The big thing here, again, is in both situations, these are ours. We built them from scratch. Well, not completely from scratch. Let me give you a little hint. What we're using for the chassis are cross-country, basically they're used by pipelines. They're tracked trucks, fully tracked trucks. There's 3 different basic large quantity of chassis out there, and then there's a 4th model that seems to have been real happy and sold maybe about 40 years ago. Still a lot of them out there. We find them randomly. If we do collect them, they're not being used for armored trucks. They're not being used for track trucks anymore. They're being armored. And that's where the Victor II, why we've been able to build so many so fast. Now, our flame wrench people have been doing a really good job of catching up. Already have the patterns, jigs, cutters, plus, of course, plasma cutting deals with a lot of it. But we're forging ahead, and all of the people are cross-trained. When we pull people back, or when people don't need to be constantly on mobilization order, you don't need that. There's no reason to. We have too many people. It's easy for us to rotate personnel. You need to be thinking the same thing. In the military, we used to have what were called ready-up units. Now, during the 70s and 80s, and I think even still into the early 90s, every year, a certain number of units inside the military were designated as ready-up units. In other words, if anything strange happened, they had the roll call mission to be pulled because of their equipment, manpower, table of authorized, personnel and equipment was such that they would be useful for a list of missions. And to give you an example is when we had the Jonestown incident. It was ready up units that were supposed to go. In fact, our unit would have gone. But what happened is because of the quote-unquote outrage of Americans dead in Jonestown, oh, we got to help them. Well, all those people denied their American citizenship and left. Everybody went down there, had canceled their citizenship, and they didn't want to be Americans anymore. Everybody understand that? So they'd all cut the cord, but then everybody up here demanded. So instead of sending the ready-up unit that normally would have gone, they sent Graves registration out of Arlington. Now, that's what moved all those stinking corpses around, but it was our helicopters that moved them. And so just a little heads up. It could be still, that's one thing about the military, they do what they want anyway, but we need to be thinking the same way. You need to have better cooperation, which we have greater cooperation than ever before right now. You need to have better cooperation in terms of unit mobilization to have what traditionally would be called Minutemen. But these need to be ready-up units. In other words, 100% armored trucks ready to go, combat-loaded ammunition, vehicle is on standby. All you do is reach into the arms, the arms locker, pull out the Browning, put it into the cradle, pick up the other Browning. It already has the pintle fixture attached to it. Walk it over, put it into the pintle station on the loader's side or in the other gun station. Like on the M114, there's a station for an M60, and easily that's normally what you mount. But Brownings sit up there too, just fine. Okay. The M250 caliber goes in the center station, or whatever weapons we have. We have a lot of, I'll give you a little hint, don't be surprised. We have a lot of 50 caliber mounted with using Barretts for arming 114s and for also arming the Victor 2s and 3s and Saracens. We have a lot of Saracens that normally carry 30 caliber Browning in the turret are using a 50 caliber Barrett instead with 10, 15 magazines inside the stations around the inner turret, and additional ammunition and magazines obviously in the body of the vehicle. So there's all kinds of things you can do. And again, most important is the manpower. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to practice what we preach here. This is good. We get practice while we're getting ready for or on the edge of war. Different unit personnel will be designated and will be manning the vehicles that are already pre-deployed and concealed. We did not withdraw 2 sections out of the 3. Another 6 vehicles will come into the Hillsdale area, will be pre-deployed. The Minutemen will be ready to move, step in, and attack. Or, again, block and then acquire whatever enemy is on the ground. Because we're not going to let them all get away. We want to know where they came from. And that's going to happen. Anybody we capture looks like one of their command geeks, as in the upper type. We, again, pay attention to what's way to the rear, or who's just standing there picking their nose and doesn't make any sense in the situation that's there. Those are the ones you grab. So we're looking for the imports. We're looking for the mercenaries, and we will keep them. We have more than enough manpower to subdue them or exterminate them. It's kind of like you said in Braveheart, alive, be good, dead, just as good, just as well, as he walks away, as he rides away. Well, same thing here. Catch him, if not, well, it came to the wrong party, probably going to end up dead. When this escalates, again, I will warn everybody, stuff we're seeing right now. Atlanta, there's no ambulances. Atlanta, there's no cops. Atlanta, no fire department. And ain't nobody going out there to get beat down. The fire department went out, they got beat up. They all said, well, it looks like we don't need to. So the mayor, of course, then was demanding or, expecting help from all the outlying areas. And it's like, if your own people won't do the job, why am I going to send my people in to do what your people won't do? So the communists in charge of these central areas are getting what they deserve. Problem is, there's a whole bunch of people who thought that they could just, run the middle of the road here and play the game. And, well, now they're in the middle of a battlefield. I don't feel sorry for them.
That's what the gun grabbers think will happen. They'll send out their minions, and the second time the minions won't want to go.
Yep. After the first ones die, it's going to be a very different world. And then, of course, the enemy will escalate as we expect. Everybody goes, well, they'll do this. And we know that. And then they'll do this. Yes, we already know that. Every step leads us to, takes us to the conflict that is inevitable and that we must be a part of. So, for everybody out there, the most important thing, again, is square away the technology. If you are a Minuteman, if you're going to be designated, and I can't emphasize medical support personnel, now that's something I should mention too. We are not leaving the medical units that are there because they're organic. The 26th Medical Detachment pulled back out, and it is a mobile, it's supposed to be 100% mobile anyway. If you are building a militia medical unit, it has to be 100% mobile. You need to be able to pull into an area, get in as close a proximity to the casualty production area as you can without risking life and limb. Well, you still risk life and limb recovering wounded. And deploy so that when the time comes, shortest distance to travel to recover and save personnel, to save lives. That simple. We already have and have demonstrated with the last deployment a couple of weekends ago in Hillsdale. We explained to everybody about recruiting, and everybody did it. They actually practiced, what we plan on doing. Anybody with an 8-foot bed pickup truck with a cap, or any truck with a cap. Vans are another thing. Also, ambulances would really be great if you got one. But the idea is that they're on standby. You have designated personnel. If you've got additional medical kits. One of the things that we do have piled a lot of are, as I mentioned many times, are not just blowout kits, but doc kits. Doc is going to carry a ton of garbage on him. Okay? In fact, if you go over to... I was just looking at it today. I know we're drifting farther away from the rape, kill, pillage, and burn thing, but this is critical because we aren't going to let them rape, kill, pillage, and burn us. We're going to, when the cops try to get in the way and try to protect their buddies, Antifa, they're the same kind of target as the Antifa because they're showing you who they like. If it was you, they'd be beating your ass down in the street. If they want to come out on COVID, they'd be 6 of them be threatened to beat your ass down on the street because they figure they can do that with little old lady, taxpayer dad, taxpayer mom, everybody. We're all targets. The cops had no problem following communists on those orders and were ready to kill you in your boots. So they ain't no different from the Antifa crew when it comes to looking at you. Now, amongst themselves, this looks serious. Well, they haven't seen serious yet because we're the ones who wage war. We don't riot like these asshats, okay? But real quick on the medical. The medical mobile units, a doc kit, let's say as opposed to a blowout kit. A blowout kit you can go to, or an IFAC kit. Here's what I want you to do. Always give you classwork. Go to YouTube and look for blowout kit or IFAC kit. I don't care which one you look at. They're all pretty much the same as variations. Those all of you should be building right now. You should have 10 of them on the shelf. That should be your priority. 10 of them on the shelf. Now, with regard to the tourniquets, yes, I know there are commercial tourniquets, but your gear doesn't have to have a commercial tourniquet in it. Okay? Sorry, if it costs $10 and you can't afford it, rope works just fine. In fact, better still, here's an idea. Watch for people like today is junk day. I just picked up some steel here for a really nice price, free. But I also got a backpack. Backpack's got a tear in it. I didn't pick up the backpack for the backpack. I picked up the backpack for bucklers, hangers, and strapping. Why? Well, go take a look at what those tourniquets are made out of and tell me you can't copy it. Now, I'd like some of the nicer ones. I have 2 different types I carry. I carry one in my pocket that is one of the little small metal parachute cord types. It's designed to be small, and it's really what I call, it's a secondary. It's primary if it's what you can get to because maybe you're already screwed up and you need it now. You're blurry-eyed, and you remember they got the one in the pocket in your jacket. You've got another one, in the arm pocket up on the left side, the cigarette pocket, as everybody used to call it. That's not what I use it for. Anyway, the other one is a standard tourniquet, black strap, and it's one of the newer ones. But it's not something I've carried always before that. You know what I carry? I carry extra belts, strapping. Make sure that the hanger strap, the buckler 8-figure-8 strap is secure. And guess what? You can take a standard strap like that. It'll carry 20, 30 pounds of cargo. It'll torque down real nice and shut off circulation real quick. So remember, you can put 2 or 3 of those in a kit rather than 1 in a blowout kit. Why? Well, because you might have more than one limb bleeding profusely. Another thing I would point out. Now, I know we got a caller. Hold on just a second more. The thing about a dock kit is it's on steroids, the blowout kit on steroids. Dock needs 4x4s, small compresses, large compresses, elephant condoms, the large dressings. Well, that's what goes into the dock kits. And that's what you all should be building next. And with the dock kits, I don't see anything that really demonstrates a major support kit. There are some, so you want to look at them, but everybody's always talking about going to the major medical supplies. Well, most of you can't afford that. So what you need to be looking at is, what do you have that can supplement and replace all of those items where you can replace them so you can build more kits? That's what you need to be thinking about. Those need to be pre-deployed with each of the ambulances. You need to be able to pull one out of like a trailer, and if somebody volunteers a truck as an ambulance, one of those goes right in the back of each truck or van or whatever is going to be an evacuation vehicle. Why? Because Doc's working to keep somebody alive who's bleeding from the chest, they've got an amputation, chunk of their skull out, and Doc only has so much on him, but the other gear he needs is already pre-deployed in what is basically an extemporate ambulance. Doc may not even be able to go with him, but he's going to tell him, hey, do this, do this, do this, go now, get him to the hospital, or get him to the rear area field hospital we've established at whatever point. The drivers will already have received their instruction and information. That's your job as a local coordinator. Everybody wants to be these command people. Well, if you want to be command, then you have responsibilities, and it isn't just a going pew, pew, pew. Does everybody understand that? You've got an infrastructure you have to have deployed in the field. Any asshat who says it can't be done is a dumbass you don't need in charge. If you got some dickwit sitting next to you right now going, oh, we can't do that, well, that's the person you do not want in charge. You see what I'm talking about? If I can figure out how to do it, I can show you how to do it. In fact, it has been shown. That if you got an incompetent who is an I can't, then that's the person you do not want in charge of your formation. You better have a vote and get his ass out. Just a heads up. Anyway, we got a caller. Who do we have? I thought I heard a cough.
Yeah. Hey, very, very, very good, Mark. We cannot overemphasize the importance of tourniquets. The importance of stopping any loss of that most precious hemoglobin of blood. Now, real quick, I got a couple.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I got a couple of things here. So, first, I'd like to mention on that those black tourniquets that you were referring to, kind of the new school, the military issue medical. That's NAR. That's the company, North American Rescue, and they refer to that as the CAT, Combat Application Tourniquet, the NAR CAT Red Tip. And those, in my opinion, is one of the finest. Now, our go-to is we have multiple bandanas. Just like some of us listening in here that will be familiar with the term cravat.
Yep.
That's the kind of the old school U.S. Military medical slash bandage. And what this is when it's unfolded, normally that would go in a lensatic compass pouch up on a Y-harness, up on the left shoulder if you're right-handed, old school PA-56 style.
Which is still where I carry the other one. Yep.
Hey, 10-4 on that. So on those cravats, the dimension on those cravats is 37 by 37 by 52 across the bottom. They are an OD green, kind of lighter muslin material, but tough as nails. You can use them for the rough filtration of strenuous water. For a tourniquet, those can be rolled the 52-inch length very, very tightly, and you have a very crude but possible function tourniquet. And I always, on my body, on my pants loop, have at least one rolled up bandana like that, possibly two as an emergency. Over.
Well, real quick on that, again, the companies we're talking about here, that's why I said I carry one of those, and I've tried to get everybody to carry one of the newer models simply because they've addressed all the issues with regard to immediacy. Guys, what you just said earlier, precious bodily fluids. Okay, you only have so much leakage, and then you're down for the count. It's that simple. And a lot of people can't do IVs or won't be able to. So what you got is all you got initially. You better be making sure that we apply the proper tools. What has pissed me off for decades, as I have mentioned, for 30 years on the air, the only reason that most of you were never taught about a tourniquet until we finally got into some more wars in the Middle East, real wars, where we're killing each other in mass, or at least somebody's getting killed in mass, it was liability. The Red Cross, the only reason they did not teach you about tourniquets was liability. Well, I'd rather you apply the tourniquet and I'll take my chances, as opposed to the stupidity of saying that we'll just let people bleed to death. Okay? We can't do that. By the way, caller, did you see the combat footage from Atlanta on Sunday?
No, sir. Had the second show to do this previous weekend. Second show in the last 3.5 months. Did not see that. Go ahead.
Well, punch in. Okay, if you watch this, I want you to watch. It should be still. It's the only footage you can see that they pulled a lot of stuff. It's weird why they're letting this continue. If you do Atlanta riot, it'll be Antifa and somebody else, black mobs going at each other, right? And guys, there's this. Yeah, we've got this girl walking. Well, we got it's a whole tribe walking along. It's at night. The boulevard has been torn up in all directions you can imagine, with drag racing, and there's smoke everywhere, and it's looking classic, Escape from New York. But anyway, this one guy's running the camera. This is the one thing I think is funny. He goes, "Get behind the car. Get behind the car." The rest of the idiots are out in the middle of the street, right? He goes, "You should get behind the car," and you hear ba 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 ba, and you hear "Oh!" And this one Antifa female twit is on the ground. "I think I got shot." And the guy goes, "Yeah, the bullet almost got me." And it's like, so she got shot, and it's in the leg. It's in the right leg, upper thigh. It didn't hit a vein. Damn. And it didn't hit a bone. It couldn't have. Otherwise, she'd be screaming a lot more, or she'd be in shock right away. But anyway, they did. Now she pulls her backpack off, and guys, these people have done some homework, and they pull this tourniquet out. I want you to watch the video. Well, you know what? They did put the tourniquet on. I mean, they just slid it on. Isn't that how it works? And so this tourniquet, you can put your hand under it, and they're like, "No, wait, well, yeah, you got the tourniquet on? Yeah, we got the tourniquet on. Yeah, well, we need to do more." And they're pulling out bandages, actually look like to me like mops, like sponges. They were long, about the length of your hand, but they're big bandage areas. That's fine. And the gack looked to me like what happened is the bullet scimitarred. It hit probably in front of them. I've warned everybody about this, but you go watch this, guys, and you'll see what I've been talking about for years. The bullet frisbeed, and it hit, and it frisbeed into him at the same velocity, and the gack is about 6.5 inches long. And the other guy probably did almost get shot by the same frisbee, is what happened. It winged by him. It tagged him, but it didn't snag him. So anyway, the next thing is they're trying to slide this wound in, and they did get the thing opened up. Although I don't know if they cut it open a little bit. Couldn't see that with all the arms moving, or if it got ripped open with the scimitar, with the way the bullets, the flat bullet cut. But good gack, maybe a through and through. And the thing is that tourniquet wasn't doing a damn bit of good. It was a very expensive ornament. Okay.
Mark, that's a very powerful note right there that you have just brought up. Now, I don't know how easy it would be able for us to just go out and find this Atlanta riot video on YouTube that you mentioned, the specific. But having said that, anyone that has a tourniquet, that tourniquet is not necessarily going to do them any good at all whatsoever without proper knowledge in use of that tourniquet. So having one tourniquet is not going to cut it. We must have the knowledge of how to use whatever it is that we're using for tourniquet applications, especially ones as fine is that NAR red tip cat tourniquet. It's very easy to use, but we have to sit down and have the knowledge of it and start cranking on it on ourselves to learn how to properly, as a possibility, begin to use that. Over.
In fact, it was a very high-quality piece. It was obviously exactly what we're talking about. But it was doing no good because they had no proper training and application. So the thing about this is, guys, remember, one of our instructors, we have a 5-video set we need to re-offer again. When he was giving the class out west, you might recall, you may have seen these, he'd tell everybody bring a chicken. Bring a chicken from the store. When they were done doing their class, they fried chicken, okay? But for all of the surgery he was doing and for what, the repair work, they would come along and he would slash the target, in whatever. Kind of like in medical training, guys, they used to have a goat, and you have SF medic training. They bought goats before when you were in your graduate cycle, and then they walked up and shot your goat, and you had to keep it alive. How many of you remember that? And if the goat made it, you graduated. Of course, you might not be able to help it because they might have not paid too much attention. Sometimes they gimmicked up on where they shot. You're probably going to lose your goat anyway. But the idea was to make the effort to keep the goat, alive. Well, the chickens are already dead. And one of the things was a progressive series of classes, shortly during the day, and then put it back in the cooler. For instance, sutures, because chicken skin, guys, how skin acts, as opposed to how, really what you think you're going to get and what happens are two different things. And this is uncooked chicken, so you get the same results. Go ahead.
You can still eat the chicken after you've practiced on it if you're doing this in sterile conditions.
Right, if everybody does it right. That's right, everybody does it right, what you're supposed to. You're all wearing your gloves, you all got everything squared away right, and that's the whole point. It was like, hey, when we're done, we're eating. The big thing here, again, is it's live simulation as close as you're going to get. You could do it with a leg of lamb. I mean, for the tourniquet, you could take a leg of lamb or something that you have a leg of. You could even go to a butcher and probably get a lower cow leg, lower below the break joint. And that would be your training component to get it whole, because applying the tourniquet, remember what you're trying to do, and that's why you have all those pressure points and bubble points on the tourniquets, the better ones, is so that where the artery is, it pushes down like your thumb. Remember they would say apply pressure? That's what it's doing. Now there's a number of tricks that you can use with regard to other items to replace if you don't have it. Like I said, improvising. So you always have improvised and additional tourniquets, because like I said, I argued this years ago. I know we're almost at the top here. Okay, I'm in a class, and they said, we don't need tourniquets. I said, oh, okay, so I have a car wreck, and I come up on the car wreck, and I'm only supposed to use pressure, but I have this person with an arterial bleed on the arm, this one's got gacked in the leg and is stuck up under the dash, and we pulled him out, and he's going beep, 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 and I got another person who slammed their head and throat into the dash, and I got a tag there. Are you telling me that I'm supposed to play little Dutch boy, use my toe for the one, my thumb for the other, and my other thumb for the other one? What? But they couldn't answer it. See, what you're telling me is I'm just going to let somebody die. And I pointed out, I said, why aren't we using a tourniquet? And they'd look at the floor. So it's like, guys, this is why you need spares, because, Mr. Grenade is not your friend. Something going off next to your vehicle is usually very embarrassing and probably has lots of Terry things that go through stuff. You're going to be dealing with a lot of different small arms fire. Like I told you a million times, bullets go through more than one person. Bullets are very unkind. They don't know friend or foe. This is why another thing we've always said about watch your backstop. Now, in this case, like I said, my favorite, you got a training video you can watch, Stupid in Motion. The first most important thing is take cover. The idiot stick with the camera may not have known much, but he kept saying, get behind the car. Get behind the car. Hey, get behind the... Oh, you probably, if you got behind the car, you might not have snagged that bullet. You know what I mean? First rule, take cover. First rule, take cover before you do anything. Try to figure out whether or not cover is going to be a bed of glass. If you can, kind of be selective. But you get real good at that as you're eyeing your area of operation when you move through it. Here's another thing. You have to constantly be awake, and that's where fatigue is your enemy. Another thing we've talked about is fatigue is your enemy because you'll make mistakes then. Another thing, you know, we're talking about that tourniquet not being applied properly. Remember, as you become fatigued, as you are psychically in the field longer, you are going to make mistakes like what Twitter birds did, all those Twitter birds did, that right there to help the person, but didn't know how to help the person. Something to think about there, okay? So we are at the top. We are going to take a break for a little bit here. Remember, prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. You need to train, master the trade. Guys, the first thing you can do, if nothing else, go over to YouTube and use it as a training aid. God bless our republic.
There's so many rules.
We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen.
Matter
The
to
run,
me.
we're to march. We'll be back in a few minutes. Second hour coming up.
Like driving on beaches and a license to fish in the sea. I used to live like a gypsy. I'd camp by the side of the road. Now they just move me along. There's nowhere to go. Well, I'll give up my gun when the ocean runs dry. Well, I remember when fireworks were always a family affair. The whole town would turn up to join the event of the year. Well, there were crackers and sparklers and rockets and fountains and shells. When they took them away, they took some of our freedom as well. I'll give up my gun when the sun doesn't shine. Now I lock up my house, lock up my car and my shed. If I try to defend them, I'm likely to get locked up instead. Because the scumbag's got lawyers and rights, so the law lets them be. While the honest, hard-working get shafted, fight to stay free. I'll give up my gun when the birds don't fly. Come on, Bugsy. Let's go home. You're a good little fella. Come on, Tronco. Let's get the hell out of here. Come on, mate. You done good. Your mother would be proud. You're not very happy with me, Ed. You listen. Did you hear him? Well, I'll give up my gun when the ocean runs dry. And I'll give up my gun when the sun doesn't shine. I'll give up my gun when the birds don't fly. I'll give up my gun when politicians don't lie. G'day, Johnny, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm out walking, but what are you doing here with that gun?
I thought I took all the guns.
You didn't get them all, mate. You're not having this one.
I'm after you.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12 gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost. You're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn, and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you'll fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? Oh, sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand. Defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now, as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep, and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep. What would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And remember, Mr. Bullet in a firefight is nobody's friend.
Fuck, get down. Oh, you okay? You okay? You hit? You hit? She's hit? You hit? She's hit. It almost hit me. Hey, call the ambulance. Hey,
Call the ambulance? Buddy, there ain't no ambulances coming. This is like, get his license plate! The guy is on foot and nowhere near a vehicle after he had to shoot 2 communists, remember, in New Mexico? Get his license plate! Really? Where? Is he wearing one on his ass or something? Did I miss? Okay, anyway, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second hour of the afternoon intelligence report. I'm Art Corky, one day closer to victory for all.
I doubt you'd miss.
Okay, well, we got somebody there. Repeat.
I just said, I doubt you would miss.
Right. And good afternoon for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines at occupied territories, southwest, northeast, east, and south. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com. AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, and CB base stations, along with UltraNet, which is on test, along with Hallmark and Golden Spike Technologies, east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. It is Monday. It is the 22nd of June. It is the 12th year of open Fabian socialist and Soviet socialist occupation of America with decay. 2020, Old Earth calendar, 2020, year of the Dance of Swords. It begins, and it will not be slowing down. There will be a little roller coaster, but not so much slow as they'll not report. It's like lack of footage out of Atlanta. They don't want anybody to see what all's going on because, well, hell, that might just catch on in other places. And maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Who knows? We'll see what happens. But the communists are in motion. Anyway, I'm going to play this again. For those of you who wondered, now this is, unfortunately, I'm going to probably, while I'm talking, try to find another video for you. The guy who is making the most noise is the guy who was smart enough to, what did we say? Take cover. The whole crew there who are standing out in the street, repeatedly, the guy was doing his due diligence. You know, he's with the team. You want to get behind the car. Well, meanwhile, this is what happens after he desperately, more than probably a dozen times, tells them that maybe you should get under, get behind the car for cover.
Fuck, get down. Oh, you okay? You hit? She's hit? You hit? She's hit. It almost hit me. Hey, call the ambulance. Hey, fuck, get down. Oh, you okay? You hit? She's hit? You hit? She's hit. It almost hit me. Hey, call the ambulance.
Hey, call the ambulance. There's not going to be an ambulance, sir. What you got around here is what you got. And everybody else is going to tell you to go piss off. So, what did we learn from this? Well, when you watch this video, and I'm going to show you where to go, but there's a lot more to it. You might find some of the other videos that this is pulled from. In fact, there were 5 or 6 views, so you can get a pretty good panoramic on this. I noticed they've pulled a bunch of them. The basic one is the one they leave because it shows somebody getting shot. So logic for the communists that run government is that this will terrorize and terrify the other peckerwoods that are out there that are on the street and slow things down because it's bad for the Soviet business. They didn't want it to go quite the way this did, maybe. Well, who knows? Maybe not. Who cares? But this particular piece of footage is it sound of bullet hitting a person at Atlanta protest. That was riot, not bullet. Protest my ass. Sound of bullet hitting a person at Atlanta protest. It is dated for June 21st, 2020. It's only 79 hits on it. I'll give him a thumbs up because it's a great little edit. And I'm not going to subscribe, but it's on Dabbin Squirrel, Dabbin space Squirrel, Squirrel, Squirrel! Dabbin Squirrel on YouTube. That's the channel. And sound of bullet hitting a person at Atlanta protest. And let's see, I'm going to share that over to Pinterest because everybody needs to hear small arms fire and a bullet scud. And most important here again is you had technically a team leader warning you about a threat. And there's a couple things that really are great about watching these videos. Okay, the team, not a team leader, but a team member. A pretty crappy team to begin with, granted. But, you know, they're bebopping along, you know, doing the homie fry Antifa / who me? Alfred E. Newman type of march. And combat outfitted, black uniforms because black uniforms matter. And the guy says, you know, take cover. You know, in other words, a team member has identified a threat, even though he's doing two things. Now, understand something. The character that's filming is looking at a little stupid screen where he's not getting as much detail as if you were to look at the situation. So obviously he's got his eyes cued over the camera collector, and he sees something. So he tells the other idiot team members, you know, you want to take cover, get behind the car, get behind the car, get behind the car. The exchange that you see now, that you hear here, but you can see, is the end result. At least one casualty. I don't know where the rest of the team went. Because, by the way, there was a larger gaggle, and I noticed that most of the homie fries just seemed to unass the AO the moment it looked like. So the woman, anybody else who was there, a little half pint, communist female. She'll be shot later by one of us. But, or whoever. You guys are going to catch up with these people. I won't at different times because it's a big country. But in this case, she did get snagged by either a competing communist group, another criminal faction, or somebody just thought they were going to have some fun, okay? Yo, what it be? What up, do? Yo-de-do-do, yo-ho. That covers about 20 years' worth of Ebonics. And got smacked down. Now, the big thing here is then immediate reaction. As you kind of heard, now this is the thing I've talked about with adrenaline rush. Now, I want you to listen to this again, because I would say the first time around while she's screaming, you probably can figure she's hit. So you got to ask yourself if the person... just calm down a little bit. They wouldn't need re-verification with well, listen.
Get down, get down! Oh, you okay? You okay? You hit? You hit? She's hit? She's hit? You hit? She's hit? She's hit? It almost hit me. It almost hit me. Hey, call the ambulance. Hey.
I want you also to pay attention if you watch this particular or any of the other longer videos. You might notice this is something also I have seen many times. Initially, well, first of all, there's the stun of an event. You know, car wreck, people on fire, car rollover, train wreck, or whatever. And everybody, first there's the fight or flight phase where everybody kind of zombie-like is looking around for what they just heard. Then they see it. Now, if you watch the crowd, a percentage freeze, and that's where they're going to stay. Another percentage start to move towards, hold on a second, start to move towards the incident, but here's what happens next. After about 6 or 7 steps, they start to freeze and stop and don't get closer to the epicenter. And if you watch in the background, there's 2 or 3 guys that are stepping forward like, oh, yeah, it looks like, oh, wait a minute, I think I'm going to get out of here. And they unass the AO off in the back of they're heading towards, you know, the girl's hit, man. I heard her screaming. But then if you pay attention, watch the face, watch the body language. I've described this a million times on the air, but you can see it in a 15-second, 19-second video. Go ahead, caller, jump in there, please.
Yes, Mark. What I'm asking, like I said, the difference between the delay, I realize that you're a little further ahead than when I was listening. You're talking about tourniquets and things for like the shooting here that you're describing. Is there actually a bad tourniquet? The reason why I say that
yes,
is...
there is. No, there's no such thing as a bad tourniquet because anything and everything would be fine. It's if whether or not it's actually used. In fact, there should be. If I found this one in a few minutes while we were on break, if you go back now a day ago, or like I did forgive me. What I did is I punched in Atlanta riots. Then I went to today, and I had to go down about 9 or 10 videos because they're burying it now. But and there's not any other good video. There's just like the funeral for Homie Fry and a bunch of other stuff. What you have to do is go to when you go to the search, just save yourself some time and go to this week. Weekly for the last week. The videos that will crop up soonest will be the videos that have the extended coverage where they're doing the maintenance on the casualty.
Okay.
And right after you hear the I hit, are you hit? Are you hit? Are you hit? Are you hit? That's not 15 people asking that question. That's one guy. Go ahead.
I have found some tourniquets. They're roughly 15 inches, I guess, around. It just says tourniquets, quick release, occlusion, tourniquet bands, one-handed use, and I can buy 5 of them for $8. Now, the only thing that I think is that they're a bright yellow, but quite frankly, for less than $2, I'm not really too concerned about color.
Right. No, not at all. In fact, think about it this way. Remember, this is a rule we've talked about. Remember, guys, if you have wounded, use the guy's gear first that's wounded. He's leaving you. His gear is leaving. Whatever goes with him is gone. If you are the medic, you're going to use whatever you got. Whoever you got there, they're not sticking around. Your mission is to get them, off the area, out of the area of operation and to the rear or to a safe area as quick as possible. So, once you get to the point where maybe you've gone through your Class A's, look at this as a good high-end Class B because, like you said, it's everything you want. Color, most of it will be out of the way anyway, and don't worry, blood will cover it. It'll be kind of red and yellow and cakey brown after a while, right? Be cakey brown if it dries.
What about these Israeli-style bandages that they're used for compressed or heavy compressed bandages, and the
one with the handle works really well. Yes, that's another good.
That's
good
the one
point
I'm
there.
talking about.
Yeah, that I'd recommend. Yeah, I have 2 of those in each of the kits. Well, in my combat rig right now, I've got the first one we ever got, which I actually got in the 90s when it was a prototype. Okay. I actually have one of the prototypes of those that came in with the when we used to go to the expos and I would be speaking there. There was a gentleman all he did was medical. Like at the gun shows, usually guys did the same thing. There's one guy that did medical. And he had a connection all over the country for all the surplus coming in, and he ran into these, and I actually got the first case. Out of the first case, I got the last one that was actually a sample, and that's what I'm carrying in my rig right now.
Now, you talking,
Israeli military.
I like the 4-inch Israeli-style compressed bandage. It's got that plastic handle on it.
Yep.
That gives you almost the ability of a tourniquet. So, I found some 4-inch ones, and I can have them delivered for about $5 a piece.
That's a good price.
That seems to be the best price I can find. I've been staying away from it because, it's like anything. How Obamacare took my money, so I've been just picking up when I can, but it looks like I'm going to just have to close my eyes and buy a few things because it don't look good.
Well, the way to look at it is like this. For instance, if you have 5 people, I get 5 of them, and everybody gets 1. And then after that, everything else is whatever you've got best price on, or improvised. In other words, let me give you an example. I carry 5 of the. I haven't seen these at the Dollar Tree in a while. They're probably still there, but the thin pads, the mini pads they made for women. You get 5. Used to get 5 of them in a pack. They're only about the thickness of your little finger, but they're still highly absorbent. And again, they're no stick. So for putting them on let's say that you have a bleeder and you start, let's go through the process. I put my first compress on if I believe in the pressure system, which, by the way, we are still using. I put the first compress on. And they tell you if that doesn't work, you throw another one on right on top of it and torque it down even more. Now, of course, in this day and age...
You're talking a woman's maxi pad, right?
Yeah, a woman's maxi pad, but the thin ones, what's cool is you can carry more for the same amount of space, and technically they're supposed to be the same absorbency. So if you can find the little packs that have the 5, they're about, probably an 1/8 of an inch thick, There's only probably 3 in a pack, but there used to be 5 in a pack. Any of those will do. Any model. I don't even care if it's a regular Kotex. It doesn't make any difference. You know what? Okay, does everybody know where? Okay, let me give you some more history. Where did Kotex come from? Where did the Kotex? Okay, here's what happened. But it comes. What it is, the model that we presently have came from nurses who were in combat, and that standard small compress dressing that's been in the Army forever, guys, they found out that it works really good once a month. And what they did, the reason originally, if you recall, when they made Kotex, you had a special strap, it was almost like a garter belt. Okay. Well, that really is what they originally used. They used a garter belt. They had made some up, or they had some mama-san in Korea, or before that in World War II, but they really started developing these in Korea. What they did is they took the standard small field dressing, used that where it's supposed to be. The long trail straps would come up and go through, and they wrap them around and pin them into place on the garter belt strap that you wore around your waist. And you weren't wearing it for the nylons. You were wearing it as a support for the pad. That's where Kotex came from. That's where the feminine napkin device came from. The one that you see today.
So what you're telling me is that if I was able to get a hold of some of these feminine pads, even if I just had the big old heavy compress or bandage wrap, or the type of band wrap, I still have something for blood stop in, is what you're telling me.
Absolutely. Well, and there's no difference. It's the same material. The big difference is this. Now, there's no anti-stick. This is funny, but it's like basically when they say anti-stick, it's like Pampers. Basically, Pampers are nothing but a big wound dressing. Everybody understand that? Go take a look at a Pampers. Go do it an autopsy. Of course, you might want to use a new one. Okay, but if you look, in reality, I've pointed this out. This sounds really weird. Somebody's going to go, man, are you crazy? No, I'm not. For head injuries, you do realize that a pamper diaper would be perfect for a horrific scalp wound?
Okay, I never thought of that, okay?
And the reason is because all they did, they took the Kotex idea and said, can we make a big version we can wrap around a baby's ass? Okay. And that's what they did. Now, if you think about it, one of the meanest wounds they're nasty, but they're not lethal necessarily. Man, if you've ever seen, I've had people with the scalp, they've taken a hit right straight to the forehead, and it peeled it back. I mean, I've had one right up front here like this. The guy took a cut from the upper bar of a steering wheel and sliced his skull right open. Not the scalp, forgive me, just the scalp all the way down to the bone. Peeled both ways, left and right. Okay? Horrible. Okay. Didn't bleed as much as you would think, but a horrible wound. How would you dress that? Well, guess what? If I had a bunch of casualties, or even that casualty, to be quite honest, that pamper diaper would work really well for 2 reasons. Number one, it would immediately address the issue of covering the wound. You may or may not. See, there's an argument about you put the flat back over or whatever. Quickly inspect the wound area. If you're a medic in the field, chances are they're teaching them still to use saline. You would do a saline and irrigate quickly. Put the wound while some of the saline is there. As long as you irrigate it and move what you can away, you would close that. Lay that back, lay the wound back shut to a degree. You're not going to try and pull it together. And then what you would do is you take the baby diaper and put it right on, and actually the tapes might even work in place with the wound. Be like a skull cap. Okay, but that would keep junk out, help to keep the bleeding down, and it's something that we talked about years ago. That it's like I said, all these things are nothing more than spin-offs of the basic, small medical dressing that we've had since World War II.
Yeah, I know of a story of a dairy farmer that got an old cow kicked him in the head, and it was literally scalped him. Now what about this similar to what you described, where it just peeled the scalp right off back? But now you said saline wash. Now what about like the Johnson & Johnson's wound wash? It's got a small
wound wash should be fine. No, if you have that, you're ahead. The biggest problem you got to watch is, again, you want to first of all get as much contaminant away, and you also want to be able to save. Here's a basic rule. There's 2 things that can be happening. Remember, you may have an exposed scalp. Doc Robinson. We had long conversations about things like this. He was a World War II vet, first black trauma surgeon in Lansing, ever in Michigan, and he had an airplane crash. He had two guys flew through the windshield of a plane and went down the runway in the safety zone on gravel, and there was no face to be found if you looked at it. Their faces were impacted with small pebbles the size of your fingernails, and their skin was peeled back in all directions to the, you can see meat and bone. When they brought him in, he worked on both of those men. Nobody would come in. It was a holiday. They'd come in float in for the holiday because the guys lived there. No other trauma surgeon would come in to help. So he was on his own, and he had all the nurse crews for 2 surgeries. So he had them prepping one guy while he started working on the other, and he described to me the work that they had to do, like with what you're talking about. First rule, the scalp may be intact, but your skin has a tendency to sphincter, it actually contract. And the nurses even looked at him and said, what are we going to do with this? And he said, patience. And the first thing they had to do is take a toothbrush, betadine, and all the scrub agents. Everybody took a part of first guy's face, and they started picking out pebbles and dirt, junk and garbage and pebbles, and part of the windshield. And that was plexiglass. Remember, that's not safety glass, that's plexiglass. And so anyway, they gradually pulled all the debris out. He did a final survey on it, and he brought the skin around from behind, and he started pulling it up to its natural position. He could identify, like, for instance, where a dimple or where the edge of the jawline was. And then he brought the other skin around and the guy's lips around, and by the time he was done, it was, Frankenstein's monster revisited. All the tissue was there. Now, here's the part they were all like, the nurses are like, well, what about his eyes? And he pointed out, he says, they're right there. The eyelids were there. One was pulled off to the side and hanging by the left side of the eyelid. The rest were all peeled back and and again, the skin, sphincters, it contracts. One of the reasons is the more malleable or active the skin area, the more likely this happens. So what he said was he took a pair of tweezers and he pulled his eyelid back over, and the nurses, he was saying, goes, oh, this really is working. And they could tell where the eyelid went because of the eyelid lash. So he was able to micro-stitch the eyelids back into place. And after that, it was pretty well straightforward, keeping them breathing, keeping them from bleeding to death. They weren't as bad off as far as deep trauma as they could be, by what he said. They'd had some major lacerations, but they both looked like somebody had scalped them from the chin up. And in reality, what had done the damage, when you do an autopsy of the incident, they went through the windshield. That probably tore the shit out of everything and peeled everything back like an apple peeler. And then on top of that, flying through the windshield at probably about a stall speed, 90 miles an hour. And they went through the windshield at 90 miles an hour, and then they hit the dirt, and then they just kept going because, centrifugal force and energy or inertia are a horrible thing. And he worked 8 hours on the one guy while they did the prep work on the other guy once they knew what they wanted to do as far as cleaning him up. And then he spent another almost 8 hours, if not more, on the second man saving his face. And for every year, once a year, they'd come in and visit him. And, of course, the guy and their wives would show up because, he saved both of he not just saved their lives, he just saved the way they lived.
Well, if he was able to put that back together, he'd done something really miraculous.
Right, and we were just saying, when you have something peeled back, remember that now this is another thing. Okay, thank you for bringing this up. Just because it's horrific doesn't mean it can't be fixed. And we have the technology, we have the understanding. The biggest problem is, do we have the perseverance? Because once we have a casualty where we have to put them back together like this, any body parts that are there, you don't assume you can't do anything with them. Okay? I have several friends that are Korean War vets. Now, granted, there was crude surgery by comparison. When you look at the 50s, as opposed to where we went in the 70s, and then where we went, beyond that to where we are now with microsurgery, microscopy and all of that. I have several friends who lost their limbs in Korea, and I never knew about this. I mentioned this for decades on the air. I have 3 different guys. One was in helicopters. One was with a Quad 50 unit at the Yellow River, and the other one was an infantryman. Okay, they all lost their legs kind of about the same window of time, And all three of them, their legs were reattached back in 1951 or 52. Now, you never heard about that. You never heard about that. And I never heard about it. I've been in the military, but you know how I knew about it? Because these are guys I was working with in the military. You'd be sitting there, he goes, yeah, I got to go back into the VA. And I'd say, really, why? He goes, well, let me show you something. And wherever the leg had been completely severed about right at the calf, base of the calf muscle, the one guy. And I've seen this several times with traumatic amputation reattachments with this period, is that you get in the capillary structure, remember the small veins, small tiny veins, you start to get material buildup that it becomes, at first it's locked in there because there's no place to go. The system won't pull it out. Well, it builds up over decades. The material does. The dead corpuscles, I'm sure, whatever else. It doesn't go infectious, but it becomes dead matter. Well, the problem is that's how the oxygen gets to that tissue. And so what happened, they can't do that kind of microsurgery now. The large, smaller veins they even attach now, which they couldn't do then. And the little veins, tiny veins, but not small, not capillaries. And what happened is his leg was starting to go necrophilic because the buildup of material, of tissue is such that it was depriving oxygen to the area where the reattachment was. And all three of them had the same problem at one time or another. Well, here's the good thing. Because of other things, including stuff that, the Patriot movement was involved in, bariatric pressure chambers, which, by the way, the regular, back when we were doing, or the Patriot movement was doing this in the 80s and in the 70s, and I know guys, the Russians were doing this, and there were Russian doctors here in Michigan were doing this in the 70s, and they were hunted down by the medical field for this because they were evil, and the witch doctors who were in charge hated these bariatric chambers. Well, guess what? They do them in all the hospitals now. Why? Well, it turns out the guy was absolutely right. But first you had to kill all the people that knew about it so that the controlled pharmacy companies could get control of the process. So what they did is they took him in, lo and behold, they put him in a bariatric chamber with the leg. They also were able to flush and evacuate. I don't know what the process is. I'd have to find out more. I'd have to do a little more research. Never have bothered. But what they did is they cleaned out the little tiny plumbing, and he kept his leg. Now, it's like he said, now I'll tell you what, all three of these men were stoic in that what they said, you know what, I don't care if they take my leg, I figure it's been on rent. I already lost it once. So if it's going to cost me my life, you can cut it off anytime you want, Doc, because I already had it happen once before. The one who was with the 50 caliber is my favorite because he was driving a supply truck. His name was Ken. He was driving a supply truck. He said the first round went off to his right, the second round went off to his left. Always when you're coming back, not when you go out with the truck because they knew the truck was empty. They'd only fire on you with mortars when you were coming back. And the third round that hit, he said, I knew exactly where it was going to be, and there wasn't anywhere to go. And the third round hit, he said, all he saw was flame. He never blacked out. He never blacked out. He just got stunned. And he said, I saw flame, and he goes, then I kind of winked. And he goes, all of a sudden there's fire going on all around me, and I'm laying sideways, and I can't figure out where I am. And he goes, then I realized some idiot's got his boot in my face. And then he says, Mark, I had to think about that for a minute because I was the only idiot in the truck.
Yeah, but his boot.
So his leg had been severed at the calf, and it spun around, but thank God it stayed with him. But basically his boot was stuck in his face, was sitting in his face. One of the other guys who was in the other truck that got hit ran from his truck, ran up, dragged him out of the truck. He said, I held onto my leg, and from that point forward, he had his leg taped to his chest until they got him back to where they could start doing the attachment work. And that's something that kind of brings me around to what I was talking about, is you got a body part, what you do is you duct tape it to where, hey, if the guy's got enough guts, it's like, hey, we're not losing your parts, they're right here. Just let everybody know you might be the only one because Bob here could be killed right now. If you were in the field with the Marines, for instance, and Vietnam, this was policy with everyone, you have a buddy that's going to be with you until you're medevaced out. There's a reason for that. You've been given morphine, you may have been given other drugs, whatever it is, saline, or you got an IV going. Doc may have told you and has probably written on the guy's chest or written on the tag that's on the guy's chest where they got the guy's leg sitting. This is what needs to be done. This is what I've done. This is what I've done for the patient. Well, your buddy that's alive and not hit is supposed to tell when they lift him, he repeats exactly what Doc said. And that way when you get into the slick and you're moving out, you've got all the information you need, and they'd be note-taking as they go. And usually what they do is they grease pen it on your body. Okay? It should be there. Well, we're going to be thinking that we got to be thinking the same way. You got to remember, how can it not be lost? The best way to make sure it's not lost is write it on the person's body. If that's lost, he's dead. Okay? If you can't find him, he's dead. So the big thing here is, again, with body parts or damaged tissue, here's another consideration. This sounds real nasty and messy, but if you got fingers, don't just lay them on his chest. You got all kinds of battle bags for medics. Medics got all kinds of stuff. We were just talking about ripping open a compress. You take the compress bag. Ideally, the ones now are clear, so you can stick the fingers, the toe, or body part, maybe even a whole hand, inside the bag. And if you've got pins, if you can, pin it to his shirt. Okay. If it's a limb or a leg, duct tape it. You got duct tape, or somebody's carrying duct tape, and ideally bag it and also seal the stump. The other end's already sealed. You're trying to keep him from bleeding to death, so you should have done everything. Tourniquet applied, whatever. But you retain the limbs. You don't know who's going to be fixing him at the other end. Maybe they chuck it in the spare parts pile and he's gone. Maybe if he's lucky, Dr. Schmidlap is there and he can do something about it. With all these guys, when they got back to the first of the aid stations, which are like forward area surgeries, they had already prepped the limb. They had the limb iced. The 2 out of the 3, they iced the limb in the field. They chilled it. And part of it was bad cold weather anyway. But, in fact, with the one, that's why they didn't chill it. It was middle of winter. So they just took his kind of freezing limb and left it on his chest. It wasn't frozen solid, but by the time they got back to the first MASH unit, that's where they started reattaching. And all 3 of them said the same thing. So in 1951, they were already physically reattaching arms and legs, mostly legs. It doesn't sound like they like doing arms as much. Maybe because they were
what you're saying, Mark, is that what we really need is if we had some ice packs and some Ziploc bags and duct tape in every medical pouch, that goes a long way.
Yes. Oh, and for all the, well, again, another thing to remember about all of these situations, and when Dom was here, we used to repeat this over and over again. Carlos Hathcock explained in his book, when the burns and traumatic amputations, what did you just lose? Volume. Water, moisture, volume. When you've got burn patients and they're initially burned, they're also going to be in shock, thank you, Lord, and even then they might still be screaming at the top of their lungs. Be ready for that. Or they'll be mewling because they barely have any body parts left that you can identify, okay? Get water in them. If you got somebody where they've got any kind of wherewithal, they can look at you. What Carlos Hathcock and for burn casualties, it's you've got all these tons of salt packets from your MREs, you never throw them away. Put about 4 or 5 of those pouches inside I always carry dozens of them, inside where you put if you're not carrying water purification tabs on your old style canteen covers, take a little Ziploc bag or a bottle or a vial or a plastic container and put as many of those little salt packs as you can there. If you've got a burn casualty, take 1 salt pack, put it into the quart, shake it up really good, look right at the person, tell them, drink all of this. Now, trust me, a person who's dazed, stunned, and usually semi-in shock will do whatever you say. As soon as they drink the first one, hey, you're already signaling somebody, have them bring another canteen. Put another salt pack in, have them drink it again. The medic that saves Carlos Hathcock's life, I think he said he had him drink 3 canteens. Now, there's a reason for that. Have any of you ever seen a burn casualty after they've been burned? Have you ever seen a snake bite after a person's had a snake bite?
No,
I would say
not where I live.
It's the equivalent to it's like an allergic histamine response, but in this case, okay, what happens when you wear skin in a boot? What happens? What do you get it? What do you call it when you wear skin inside a boot? What happens? You get a pustulating area that is what, a bleh? It's a blister. Now I want you to think, when you touch the stove and you get a little burn, what does it look like after a few minutes? What do you get?
Okay. Yeah.
Now imagine a whole arm like that.
Now, what I use, because I always used to weld all the time, is you can buy an aloe vera gel.
Well, that would be that's a supplement external, and we got to be careful because you want to cool. Here's the problem. Here's the challenge with burns, is a possibility of going into shock. My argument is I'd rather take the chances and dump what you can to shed as many calories as possible. Third-degree burns are most of the damage is done after contact with the calorie device because you're still cooking under the skin. That's where like boil, scald, and for instance, all these guys that are getting hit overseas when they get hit with an IED, half the damage is of course, you cook yourself. You get cooked too by the heat. You're being cooked like roasted. But it's also hydraulic fluids, even propellant that doesn't go off, like diesel fuel. It goes to temperature almost boiling point real fast, and now it's stuck on you. So you need to irrigate and evacuate as much as you can, and this is where the hard part is, because if you go too fast, you end up with, you can't really gauge it other than to say you got to get the crap off the person to knock the calories down so they're not building calories up in the subcutaneous tissue. So what you do is you keep evacuating with water. Ideally, I'm going to be quite honest, I'd be religious with anything, vehicles and equipment, 1 gallon containers of any kind of water containers, I don't care what it is. Steril's not relevant. Because at this point in the first stage, you got all kinds of nasty crap all over the place on you. You're trying to evacuate and irrigate. So the biggest problem that Doc has is you got 3, 4, 5 casualties like this. You need volume. So everybody needs to pitch in. I had some idiot stick say this the other day, so I'm really wondering what kind of fools we got in the military right now. I was talking about squad gunner, and I said, everybody carries ammo for Bob. Well, I wouldn't carry any ammo for anyone. Now, I got to figure that idiot is a lame who doesn't have a clue, although he claims that I was in the military. I wouldn't carry any ammo for anybody. Well, then you're a puck-up. Because basically Bob, the machine gunner, can't carry enough ammo, but Doc can't carry enough either. So if they're training these idiots to be me, myself, and I, we got an easier target when the time comes to fight. And I hope they keep training if they're doing that with the idiot sticks, I hope they keep doing that. Be quite honest, everybody's got to carry something for Doc. Everybody's got to carry something for the squad gunner, which means you're carrying somebody else's ammo. But by the way, if you're all carrying 5.56 in this day and age, who cares? It'll be your ammo. If Bob's dead and you can't get to the machine gun, you're going to de-shuck those belts, and you're going to use it in your rifle, and you're going to go pew 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 with it. So who gives a squat? But with medical,
is that guy actually in the military or just?
I doubt it. I really. But you know what? I hope he was, because if that is what we're facing in terms of the idiot sticks, eventually those same idiot sticks will be in charge, and they don't have the brains God gave Gleason. So let's keep it that way. If you're going to have to fight them, I don't want a better quality product sitting across from me. But, that's the retarded attitude. We got to remember, look at the public fool system. My God, call or think, look at the streets of America right now.
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I called and asked you about tourniquets and stuff.
Yeah, you're good questions. No.
You could be standing outside and some idiot take a shot at you, and if you don't have tourniquets or the right kind of compress bandages or something, you can be dead before the hell anybody knows what happened.
Well, and that is, here's the thing that we've been lucky at with the situations that I've been in is, first of all, everybody is a volunteer, and that's the difference between militia. Well, regular Army's all volunteer. But you know what? The thing is, militia or specialized units or organized units that are independent like us, everybody's there because they want to be there, and then they have to have an attitude about we also want to learn. So we have the equivalent to it. And I don't care, everybody. You can try to laugh about this, but I'll tell you what. I've said this a million times. Having worked with special forces and been with units and been in every job at one point or another, it's a matter of attitude. But that means that the good thing is that everybody, number one, keeps their head. Except maybe the guy who gets hurt. The guy who gets hurt always thinks he's doing something other than what he's doing. I got to point that out. The man who's hurt will tell you later he was talking to you, but he sounds like he's speaking in tongues. Can't understand a word he's saying. The man who's hurt will do things that you were instructed not to, and hopefully it's slowed down. But because of that, you have to stop him from thinking that he's going to do the immediate action because he's trying to walk and talk and do something. And the injury is so severe that first rule, get his ass down, immediately treat for shock, elevate the legs, first of all, determine the type of wound as we're talking about this. Some wounds you won't do that with. But for most of them, it's stop, elevate, treat for shock, loosen clothes, loosen boots, look for bleeding, stop the bleeding. He's still breathing, and as long as he's not breathing, don't do anything to interrupt that. If he isn't breathing, obviously with no oxygen, he really won't do any good when you stop the bleeding, so you need to be doing two things at once. A, you determine that, well, the blood's going, but there's no air going in, ergo blood moving won't make any difference because there's no oxygen. So you got to keep him breathing, but you still need to be doing something to slow down, and that's where the tourniquet buys you a whole hell of a lot of time. What you just asked was an important question. Tourniquets I fully believe in, and I've been carrying, and I trained all my people to use them when they were telling everybody, even the Boy Scouts. I was teaching Boy Scouts. It'd be like, okay, yeah, well, the official story is this, but just in case, here's an old Boy Scout manual. I want you all to read this. Now, why did they keep that old Boy Scout manual around? Because in the old Boy Scout manuals, they taught you all the different ways to apply a tourniquet. See how that works?
Well, like I said, I found a deal for $5 for $8, and I think I'm going to have to take a strong look at this and make sure it is legitimate. But it says one-handed use.
You know, one of the other things I would say about that, where they're colored, it's not a problem. But you know what the other advantage of that is? Anybody who's medical is going to identify it right away and see that there's a more significant problem with that patient. You know,
that's sort of what I'm thinking.
Yeah, think about this. You're waddling through, and let's say Mark has done the best he can. Mark's not Doc. Whoever the person is that is a designated medical support individual, that's their job. They've wanted to do it. That's what they prefer. When they're coming up on patients, they're going to do what's called an eyeball survey right away. You know, look. Now, well, how did you treat them, or what did you do? Now, if the doc is good, he's going to be asking, "Don't you go anywhere." What? Yeah, you stay right there. Wait a minute. What did they do here? What did this man? What did you do for him? And he's going to want precise response. He wants you to be simple and specific. And as soon as he gets that feedback, he's going to be registering in his brain, do I need to do any more work, or can I move to somebody else? So he's going to ask for a pecking order of injury from the people you helped. So your job's not done, even though Doc showed up, because you save him time. And he goes, well, this guy was a small screwed up, and I'll tell you what, he's been doing some weird respiratory stuff. I thought I saw some froth in her blood there, but I couldn't do anything about that, coming out of his mouth. Thanks, I needed to know that. That guy right there, or that woman right there, or that kid right there, that child, that's one that's worst of the 5, but you figured out. I mean, I've given you the information. Now, that's where Doc takes over. And, again, you can never have too much in the way of medical supplies. But
hello, Mark.
Go ahead, jump in there.
Mark. Caller, are you there?
Yes, go ahead.
Caller, got a lot of experience with what you called in asking about or mentioning. The Israeli bandage. Okay, look here. There's 4-inch, there's 6-inch. What you're referring to there is the Israeli emergency trauma bandage. 4-inch and 6-inch wide. They are not tourniquets. They do not have a windlass to apply pressure. What they have is a plastic, you can refer to it as a closure bar. You pull it out of the cryovac package, you pull it out, the pad is on that opening end, okay? You go ahead, you place the pad, single pad on the wound. You come around, you begin the wrap. The bandage is rolled up. Place pad on wound, you begin to roll around, and that material, you'll pull up the opposite direction, go through the narrow slot on the curved closure bar, re-straighten the wrap, and then you come back the opposite direction, literally pulling on it, applying pressure. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
That is why we need to practice with those types of tourniquets. The Israeli trauma bandage with closure bar, okay, in both the 4 and 6 inch, and we need to practice on ourselves. sit down in the chair, you hook the loop around on either the Israeli trauma bandage and or the NAR, North American Rescue, Red Tip, CAT, Combat Application Tourniquet with the red tip. We have to practice on ourselves. Only then, when we put a tourniquet, sit down in a chair, get that tourniquet set, ready to go, open it up enough to go over your foot, come up past your calf, come up past your knee, go onto your thigh as you're sitting in your chair, okay? Go ahead and tighten up on it, and go ahead and start cranking. Feel the pressure that you're using, like your hand being a torque wrench when you're doing mechanics. 10-4?
Again, what we used to do is called tack lanes. Usually have 5 items you do. Always incorporate medical into each training cycle. And that's one of the
Mark.
Hold on a second. One thing I want to address, because again, we were talking about practice. I know the first thing everybody's going to go, man, it's $6 for that bandage. Yeah, I guess so. What's your life worth for practicing? For training. But here's the thing. Save the wrappers. The only simulation you're going to have to, I open the wrapper. Save the wrapper. You can rewrap the original, roll it back up the way it was. Take your carless dressing, your 4x that you want to use for practice. Take that Israeli bandage. Take whatever tourniquet you want to put in there, whatever models. I would actually have one of each variant that's out there if you can. And what you do is make up a training kit. And whenever you want to explain to everybody, this is what we use. Now, everybody come forward. I want to volunteer. Have them lay on a table, or like you said, sit in a chair. And this is how this works. But when you're done with them, be religious about repackaging exactly the way it came out of the package. Because when you simulate, you need a realistic simulation. For training, you can reuse the materials over. There's not going to be any blood. So your simulators, you're going to commit to spending however many dollars it costs to buy examples of each of what you use and have it on hand. And then you go through the process of, okay, all 5, 10 of us together, whoever's, got their act together, once you've confirmed an SOP. And I recommend watching all the different thousands of videos that are out there on the different ideas, because put it in your brain pan. You don't have to, you may be committed to a standard procedure, which is based upon, by the way, let's not forget, they have videos, and they may be out there. I haven't even looked to see how many are left. But when they originally came out with these compresses, the company that built them, the one that imported, not the one that originally made them, but the importer made a series of videos on each one, and they offered it on the web page, and I think somebody pulled them over to YouTube. So you do have examples of actual from the source training videos on how to use the equipment. Now, I would recommend this.
10-4 on that. They are there. What you have described there is there from the manufacturers. Over.
Yeah, and that's what you want, because that's how they intended for the equipment to be used. Now, everybody that's usually using them got the same base instruction from those people. So whatever you watch is going to be better than I don't have a clue, or those people on the street I described in the last hour, and you can watch on these videos where, they slid the tourniquet on, and it's sitting there, and they didn't tighten it down, and they did nothing with it, but they apparently stared at it and expected to do all the work. So, again, prior proper planning prevents piss-poor performance. The big thing is make copies of all the tutorials and take discs. Take a disc for each one, or however many you can fit on a disc, and put that in your training kit. And when you have a class, put it up on the big screen television, and everybody watch it. Then you have your individual and volunteer. You do a physical walkthrough yourself with a student. And then in the next step, each person comes forward, and after you repack, and don't be sloppy about this. I know it's going to be tiring and repetitious. It will seem that way. But put it back in the package properly, and have each student or new person, they are all students, we are all students, each person follow through and do each aspect of what needs to be done, and then we repeat it again. After everybody does it once, we repeat it again. Okay, go ahead. Now, caller, jump in there, please.
Yeah, all I was going to say is, Mark, I appreciate that other caller calling in. This is Southern Illinois. Some of those videos in that library I sent you has, I think, a little bit of this in there. But I'm still not up to speed where I need to be. But that's why I called, because you've given me a lot of really good information here, Mark, and I hope it's helped others just in the conversation that we've had.
That's the reason we do this, because everybody has input, or they have experience where we need to apply it. You do not, learn from the mistakes of others. You won't live long enough to make them all yourself. So if we correct it before it becomes a mistake, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, another caller. Jump in there quicker, right at the top.
Don't you have to put a time on there when you actually do a tourniquet and you put it on somebody?
That's usually when you're doing the tourniquet. In the past, there used to be, and that time has varied from anywhere as little as every 9 minutes to 15 to 17 minutes. Back in World War II, they changed it 3 different times. Another thing that was a policy was also allowing for the blood to flow, which means that you took your grease stick on a card, which may or may not be reliable because it could be lost, or your grease stick, or nowadays you Sharpie the information on the person's body if you were going to release it. But the only person I'd allow to do that would probably be Doc. In the time it took for me to apply it, by the time I get to my second tier, which is Doc's going to be in charge of that from that point forward. But that is a good point. Going to run out of time here, but that is a subject that is covered with most of the videos about long-term maintenance and moving with a casualty if you cannot evacuate or you do not have additional medical support. You may still have to deal with that. God bless our Republic.
Plant the seed in our home, and boys, let it grow where all can see. Feed it with our devotion, boys, call it the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Save it from the storm, boys, water down its roots the deep. And the sun will always shine on the old Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. March along with the piper, boys, we were born forever free. Let's go pay the piper, boys, beneath the Liberty Tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree.
Clear those covers hot. Roger. Interrogative. We'll have a positive ID on any enemy personnel there. I'll copy over. Falcon 2-1, Stalker 2. 9 line follows. IP Hammer, heading 225 magnetic. Distance 5 nautical miles. Target elevation 215 MSL. 3 T-90s near a large green 3-story factory building. Grid 57.
And good evening and welcome to TechCom. Tonight we'll do our Android show that I've been talking about for the last 4 months or something like that. Yeah, it's been about that long. I think I was going to do it before the COVID-19 beer fiasco, and then I got sidetracked with that and some other stuff. So it's been about 4 months there, 3 or 4 months. Okay, so before, well, no, this is, I was going to say, this wasn't totally related to the Android show. No, it is actually, because it is Android. So it actually goes in quite nicely with the topic tonight. Okay, so let's see. Anyway, we had, there was some comments. I thought there were some comments I was going to add to, there was the guy that was supposedly using a smartphone to scan, communications, or allegedly or something, that got the crap beat out of him. Some old dude. We talked about that last week or the week before there. And what was it? I was going to say, I was just going to brag, I guess. I commented, somebody brought this up on a internet forum, and I happened to comment on that, right? And it was interesting because I was like, well, nobody has, outside of, like the CIA or something very specialized, nobody has a phone that can do what they're claiming was being done like that, at least not without anything extra attached to it or whatever. And so some genius comes back and is like, oh, yes, I do. And then his proof for that was he posts, basically posts like an article or something about, police scanner apps. And right in the middle there, his own article, the thing he posted, the actual thing, text he posted, it says right in the middle of there, because phones aren't able to pick up these signals by themselves. I just thought that was funny. It's like, okay, great, thank you for proving my point. Okay, so anyway, this other article here, it's posted in the Discord chat. They wrote on AmericanPartisan.org. It's called Delta 7 sends SDR phone commo in the current color revolution. Basically, the article is about Antifa or whatever using, I think what they're suggesting here. Now, it's interesting to read, and it's out-of-the-box thinking and whatnot. So I'm not saying don't read the article. It's just I don't think this is what they're doing. And I'll explain. That's what I'm going to explain. But it's a good discussion and things to think about, capabilities and stuff. But the person in question thinks they're basically using some sort of SDR hooked up to not an RTL SDR receiver only, but an actual some form of transmittable SDR or software-defined radio hooked up to their Android device to run secure comms during these protests and stuff like that. Now, I highly don't think that, and I describe my reasonings in the article there, which were downvoted, but luckily, since I'm savvy with the internet, I've got rid of my downvote, and I plan on adding a few extra positives to that once I get a chance here. So, yes, I'm like that. Anyway, I was like the most educated response here, and it's somebody downvotes it. That's often what happens. But a lot of the other comments aren't necessarily bad or anything. There's stuff to keep stuff, food for thought, you know. But basically my thoughts is a lot of the SDR, even if it's just an RTL SDR, you're either going to, if you want that thing not to lose connection, the cables and stuff like that, you're going to have to either solder or electrical tape that thing to the back of your phone or something to keep everything from falling apart. Now just add in one of these hobbyist SDR transmittable radios to that, and it's even worse. It's the same thing, but just worse. Plus all the setup and everything for that. Not that some of these people wouldn't be smart, because a lot of them are college. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, but they're tech savvy is my point, oftentimes. And not that they couldn't have something like this, but not likely. Most likely way they're doing their communications is, well, you know what, I've already, I think I've actually read this on the same site, possibly. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure they use mesh apps, or mesh network apps on their phone, which I believe we will go over some of those, or I just have to remember, I have some of that stuff already set aside, so I just have to remember to cover it. Anyway, the mesh apps typically use, what do they use? Usually Bluetooth. So they're limited. I will go with what this one person posted on here. I think it's 400 yards or 400 feet or something like that. I think it's 400 feet. Bluetooth is around there. I mean, it depends on what's, you know, between you and your target person, but anyway, the reason why they typically use, last I knew anyway, they typically used Bluetooth only was because the Wi-Fi on Android, last I knew, the developers did not allow it to be used for mesh networking properly or something like that. So one of the programs I'll be talking about, last I knew, that's what they wanted to do with it, but it's been limited to Bluetooth. I'm trying to think. There is actually, I am actually leaving something out, and I believe everybody in this discussion I was talking about has also left this out. It just came to mind, and that was there are what's it called? No, there is actually a radio antenna you can get for your phone, and it is encrypted, and it runs off a mesh network. They're not necessarily cheap. I think they're a couple $100 a piece, but other than that, it's a commercial off-the-shelf solution. It's the Go antenna. That's what it's called. The range is limited, but it's actually not too bad. I mean, it would work pretty good for this type of situation. Let's see here. Not sure exactly how far it goes, but yeah, that would actually work actually quite nice in this situation. So that's actually they could be using those. There's a good chance they'd be using those too. Otherwise, burner phones. I mean, I don't think the cell network was necessarily going out in all these places. I think in one location it might have. Yeah, I'm going to have to add that to my comment on here, the Go antenna. Because that's definitely, basically, it's the same concept, but only already, what do you call it, proven and in a commercial package. So that's definitely a possibility right there. Instead of a bag of crap. Because I have a lot of little things that work, you know, SDRs and stuff, but I wouldn't call them extremely portable because wires and crap all over the place. Okay, let's move in while I'm thinking about it into the Android apps, but we will get into those mesh apps that I just was talking about here. Actually, I'm not sure where I'm going to find that located. Where did I put that? Do I have a folder for that? Show voice, maybe it's... No. Maybe it was in extra crap here. I have an entire folder dedicated to this topic, wherever it happened to go. So buried under 10 folders of miscellaneous. Where did we go? That might, I might have moved it to the Android folder. Organize everything better, and then you can't find it. That's always fun. Well, what the heck? And of course, Windows. I think there was at least a couple, but anyway, if you go in the App Store, type in Mesh. I think the one I'm looking for is called Serval, S-E-R-V-A-L. I think that's how they spelled it. Mesh. Last I knew, it only used Bluetooth. And it seemed like I found some other program. I'm not sure if it's actually on Play Store, Android Play Store or not. All the stuff we'll talk about is primarily for Androids, although sometimes you can find a copy or a similar program for Apple stuff. I haven't dabbled much. Well, Apples are expensive, plus I looked into how to sideload. That's what we call it on Android when you install a program, not from the Play Store. I looked into how to sideload something on Apple, and it was quite convoluted. Because I was going to find some, save some apps for Apple, in my archive, but I seen how convoluted getting that stuff was and installing it and all that stuff. I'm like, never mind. It just looked like a waste of time. I do have the ATAC version for Apple, though. I do have the app for that. Anyone noticed how incredibly bad Windows search is? Like, you mean I didn't have an entire folder with this term on there? Okay. I recommend something like Snowbird search for Windows, or I forget what the other one I had was called. They do such a much better job searching than what Windows Explorer does, at least in Windows 7 anyway. Okay. Oh, gee, there we are. Wow, it took like 2 seconds with Snowbird search, and Windows never did find it. I guess I found GoAntenna. GoAntenna is a mesh networking. I think that was the other one that I would have mentioned. I guess we still haven't quite found that. We'll come back to that when it finally finds it. Okay, so. Basically, I just load up my phone and I just look through my apps. Okay, we have a lot of mapping and navigational apps here, which we'll get to. We'll just do those now. Okay, so not using. Everyone knows about Google Maps. Of course, use Google Maps, and Anyway, they'd like to record everything about your location and stuff, which actually, that reminds me, I was going to address the COVID-19 tracking BS that they force installed on everyone's phones. But I just have to remember to get back to that. Okay, I have Google Earth. There's this one mapping app. Now I'm going to focus on stuff that you can have offline maps. Google Earth is pretty good, except for it's obviously mostly not offline. Let's see here. There's a app called MillChat. It actually has, once you figure out how to do it, because it's mostly like in Ukrainian, but you can do offline maps. It's meant for the Ukrainian military. Actually, the open mic is starting to get annoying. There we go. Anyway, spoke too soon. No, I don't even know if anybody else can hear that anyway, so I'll just ignore it. But I was hopeful for the MillChat app, but then ATAC or ATAK or CivTac came along, and there was some unofficial releases of it, and then there's actually a normal civilian version, for normal civilians, released as well. That is my actually go-to app like that. So we'll focus on that instead of MillChat. Both ATAC and MillChat, I believe, have a button in the settings where you can hit that, and it's supposed to delete all the information on the program. So if you're in a sensitive situation. Anyway, so actually my two recommended, and now this isn't for general GPS guidance. If you want a open source program, I think it's open source. Anyway, free program like that for GPS, there is OSM AND or OSM Android or OSM AND. Anyway, it's a mapping program. Take some of its suggestions with a grain of salt, because it will lead you down extra roads for no apparent reason. And I found a bug with it where you had to zoom in too far and then back out in order for the map to actually load. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything there. So that does have, I think that's the one that has, actually, I think it does have verbal commands. Anyway, but we're focusing more on, like, we'll call it hiking apps and similar stuff like that. So my two go-to apps actually now are actually Oryx Maps and ATAC. It's Oryx, ARUX maps. They have a Play Store version, and then they have, which is the latest version, and the free version is actually a couple years old. But you can do stuff. You can have custom maps, offline maps. You have to figure out how to install, what format to install these things on there. The companion app I use to get mine, my offline maps is typically, it's called Mobile Atlas Creator. It's called Mobile Atlas Creator. And you can download maps and export them in the correct format. Anyway, the ATAC uses a different format, which I would bother mentioning if anybody, I'll mention it if anybody actually needs to know it, because otherwise, if I mention it now and you don't need to know it right now, then you'll forget. So that's why I try not to get too detailed, technically speaking, because you can't remember all. If you get too detailed, you can't remember all this stuff when you actually go to do it. So it's almost like more of an introduction type thing. Let's see here. Scrub that pan good. I know how hard that crap is to get off sometimes, you know? Anyway. Study, somebody sent a link here. Study proves coronavirus clusters follow 5G routes around. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, that does remind me though that I do need to mention the tracking crap installed on the phones for that though. There we are, mesh networking. How did I not find the folder for that was actually right out in the open, which is the reason I didn't see it. Okay, we'll get back to that. We might no. Okay, so the mapping apps, Oryx Maps, you get a bunch of customizations on there. You can even customize your own grids, not grids. Just load this up to see what features are in there. Honestly, I think I've talked about ATAC enough. I did entire shows about it, so I won't really get into that one. There's also all sorts of cool features on there. Like there's triangulation. You can use that for radio triangulation or whatever. It's actually supposed to be for triangulating your position without GPS on the ATAC app. Okay, let's see here. Anyway, there's a bunch of cool stuff on the Oryx maps. Anyway, those are the two ones I would mention or recommend for land navigation. Now, let's see here. Moving on. Get into that. Okay, mesh networking. Okay, I had a Serval project. Actually, that's not necessarily the name. That's the app. That's the app's title in the app. Let me see what's going on with that. See if it uses. It'd be cool if if the newer phones actually would use GPS. Is this actually? What am I looking at? Seems that they have been busy. Let's see. Now then, if some of these, even ATAC, actually ATAC can be used as also as a mesh type. Well, actually that's not correct. Not so much as a mesh, but if say you deployed a router in an area, and then you had all your phones connect to that by Wi-Fi, you could use that for communications. Of course, obviously, there's other programs you could use as well, but that one would actually you could have your locations and stuff on there. Now, this is not in a actual like combat situation. At least I'm not thinking. Somebody in a protest or situation, which we typically try to avoid anyway. But since we're on that topic. Oh, that's old. I thought they had some new stuff on this, but it's old. Yeah, last update was 2018 on the Serval mesh. So last I knew it used Bluetooth, which, I mean, if you weren't concerned about getting tracked by your radio signals, And if you had enough people, every person would be like a node to copy the signal. Version of 0.93, and I have. No, I just download it anyway, just to see what happens. Oh, it's not even there. Whatever. Okay, so it seems like they've kind of abandoned that, or either I got an old website for the servo mesh. That's not to say that the technology wouldn't still work as far as they happen to get it. They seem to have abandoned it back in 2018. Unless they moved unless they just moved websites. I hate that. You keep checking a website for updates, then you find out that, oh, they moved and didn't bother to tell anyone. It's 2019 was the last thing on their Twitter. And I didn't want that. I think there might be, it doesn't seem like it has updates as much. It looks like the Surveil mesh, I believe you can also use a router and put that in there as a repeater somehow. There is also, where was that? Okay, we have the broadband HamNet, which is basically uses routers in a mesh-like system. Now, what's crazy is you could almost use, a lot of these routers actually have, I think it's MIMO or MOMO technology, which is basically, it has more than one antenna and it'll pick the best path of reception. It's the idea is that signals bounce off things, and so you might have a signal coming from more than one direction. After it gets bounced around, and it'll pick the best one, or something like that. Supposedly, they use a similar technology for their cave train. There's been news reports about how the Army's training to fight underground, and they use a similar system, radio system, for that. You could potentially make your own out of routers, possibly. Of course, this kind of goes back to the bad crap concept I was talking about before. That is one thing. That is one issue with a lot of stuff I talked about, is when you start piecing together your own stuff. You know, it might not necessarily take a beating depending on how well you do with it. I also had on here, there's a thing called AirChat, which was actually released by Anonymous, or a wing of Anonymous, I should say, just because Anonymous is not any one particular thing. I don't know if I can recommend that or not. Was argument back in the day over whether it was the encryption method it used was actually implemented correctly in the software. But it ran off, I think you probably could get it run off a Raspberry Pi, but it ran off a PC and it used FL Digi as the radio modem for it, or the sound modem. But it was encrypted chat. You could hook up a VHF radio or even a CB to it to send stuff. It was also a mesh system. I guess that's what we're talking about. But there's that. Anyway. Okay, there was... Oh, where did I go? Let's see which window I had open up here for that. Nope. Oh, where did that go? So we covered Go antenna. Maybe that was on the phone. Okay, so since I forgot what I had a window opened up as I was searching for stuff, I found more relevant topics, and so I don't know if I covered that or if the window got closed. Anyway, so there's that COVID-19 and associated apps. I don't know what the apps are. I don't have them or I've seen them, but if you go in the settings on your phone under the Google settings, I think that's where that is. Google services and preferences, we have on top of it COVID-19 exposure notifications. Now on my device, when I tap on that, it used to have a menu of stuff and it basically said it was not active because I did not have Bluetooth or location on at the time. Now then, I've since gone in and screwed with some things. I have not been able to figure out how to uninstall the update. I have not had, since I started looking into this and then I forgot about it, and then I haven't had time to do anything with it today before the show. So, but I can't even get the settings of that app, and I believe I have somewhat screwed it up, although I don't know to what extent. Because I run a firewall on my device. If you get NetGuard firewall, it's NetGuard firewall. You can block a lot of stuff, not everything, obviously, because I don't know if I was able to block the download originally. It was a system update, is what I believe it came from. Actually, system update from Motorola. I don't think it was from Google. It shows up in the Google settings. I mean, Motorola, obviously, well, you get your Android version updates from your system update too. So that's where I believe it came from. I'm using NetGuard to block Google Play services, which is, I believe, as far as I've seen with things, that's where if there's going to be any tracking or anything like that, that's the services all that stuff runs through. I have one phone I've completely removed it from, but you have to root the phone in order to do that. I just block it from being able to communicate with NetGuard, unless I need something. The general rule of thumb here, though, is if you're going to use an Android device, then if you're going to use it for anything sensitive, if you're going to use the GPS system on it, don't ever connect that for something sensitive. Don't ever connect that back to an actual live Wi-Fi network afterwards, so it can upload your information of where you've been. That's probably what it would do. I'm pretty sure it does that. I've read that it does that, more or less. So, if once you use something like that, don't ever have it connect to anything again. So if you're really paranoid, you don't have it at all, actually, if you're really paranoid, but if, you have one that connects to the Wi-Fi or you have one that connects to GPS, but don't use them for both. Let's see here. Most tablets don't have a GPS on them at all anyway. The two main, well, they are a pocket computer. So that's the point of this episode anyway, is all the useful apps you can get on them in your pocket. Okay, getting into, here's a nifty little thing. There's a program called Cargo Decoder. It's Cargo Decoder, and it's a directory of, now you can get this for just on your computer or something as a PDF or something like that, but it's basically a directory of trucks have their hazard material decals on the side of them, and this basically decodes all that. And so you can figure out what something's hauling just by the thing on the side of it. That could come in handy someday. Let's see, I have a survival manual. I have a nuke blast program. The nuke blast program, all that is these have been around for a long time. I used to have one on a floppy disk. You type in the megaton on the nuke, and they type in the range or something like that, and it gives you the range of devastation and stuff like that. It's whatever. I don't even know how accurate that stuff is even anymore. Like, would you even know what the nuke's power was anyway, for that to be useful. Okay, I have a... Okay, there's radio satellite tracking. Actually, for that nowadays, the Heavens Above, or what's the other one? I think it's like 3D Sky or something. Anyway, Heavens Above actually it'll update the TLAs for the satellites, and it'll show you pretty much everything going overhead. Sometimes there'll be some radio satellites, stuff like that. Flight Aware, and there's some other programs like that for AVAIR, ADSB, and similar programs for ADSB on your phone or Android device. You can use that as a virtual radar, basically, hooked up to your RTL SDR. I think one note about the RTL SDR hooked up to the phone, you do know, and I mentioned this last week, you need like an OTG or on-the-go cable so that you can, and a separate power supply, whether it be another battery or something, or a battery pack for the RTL SDR. Also, you need to make sure that the RTL SDR drivers and stuff actually work with your particular device. A lot of them do, some of them don't. Some of them don't even when they say that stuff works on them, so it's kind of hit and miss. Okay, so for the RTL SDR apps, obviously we got the ADSB ones. RF Analyzer is a decent app. RF Analyzer, it's just like SDR. It's like SDR Sharp for the computer. Or, so what's the other popular one? There's a couple of different ones there. Anyway, the other one comparative to RF Analyzer is SDR Touch. SDR Touch. That one is actually the most closest to SDR Sharp. Matter of fact, I think they might have actually allegedly, we'll say, borrowed some code from SDR Sharp, I think I heard. There's also a thing called RTL SDR Driver, and that's should be kind of self-explanatory there. I need that for all these to get this stuff to work. I have an SSTV encoder, and Robot 36 is another SSTV. I thought it was decoder, actually. Encoder? Oh. Okay, I think Robot 36. It's possible this was the same program. Anyway, I think one of these actually allows you to send slow scan TV with your Android device. I have a Morse code reader. I have several different versions of a audio recorder, like You have automatic audio recorder, smart recorder. Anyway, you want to find one that gets automatically voice activated. So you can set your Android device, someone else's Android device you come across, or liberate, and you can use that. You can hook it up to your scanner, your old school radio scanner, with an audio cable, and then you can use that as a recorder for it. So whenever traffic goes off and whatever is on it gets recorded. Or if you actually have an old school tape recorder, that would work too. But see, what's nice is we can repurpose a lot of these devices that we have lying around in the millions for whatever purpose desire. That's another one is I have a encryption program on here. Text encryption, there's a bunch of different stuff. Obviously, use common sense. Any of these things can have backdoors to them, for all we know. So, as long as it's more of a tactical communication that isn't going to be, if it gets decoded in 2 days, nobody's going to care type of situation. If you never ever want anybody to know about it, well, then don't say it, Morris Tools. That's an interesting program. It actually allows you, Morris Tools allows you to use audio, or I believe it will actually decode flashes of light in Morse code, which is interesting. There's some interesting things you can do with that. For example, if you have, there's a thing called optical communications with using telephoto lenses and stuff like that, and really bright LEDs. Typically at night works better, but you can actually send radio digital modes that way if you modulate the light. And this would be a similar idea, but only you could just be using flashing instead for Morse code. But anyway, that's an entire topic to itself. Let's see here. Okay. Interesting program. It's called Radio Signals. Just called Radio Signals, one word. It has not been updated in quite a while. Now, why I find it interesting is because it's basically an Android version of our team Artemis, which is a Signals identification software. Basically, it has, which I highly need to get Artemis for the computer. Actually, it's Artemis 3 for Linux and PC. It will show, typically it will show a picture of the waterfall of the signal. It'll have a sample to play it, and then you can search for it by bandwidth, frequency, a bunch of different parameters to try to figure out, you hear a signal and then you go in there and you enter in enough information, as much information as possible to narrow it down to what it might be. This is like a primitive version of that. It uses the same database, at least originally. It's a much older version of the database, so it has less signals in there. And there's not really any research function, so it's almost more of a nostalgic sake program. But I mean, hey, if you got room for it, get it anyway. I think in theory you probably could upgrade the database on this program. I noticed an earlier version of Artemis, believe the first Artemis 1, I believe that database is in the same format that this program uses. So you could, in theory, anyway, using that information, you probably could update it, but you'd almost be better off downloading, I think this would work, downloading the actual Signals database and then just copying it to the phone. Actually, I'm not real sure, I haven't tested opening up web pages on Android, saved web pages. I should actually do that sometime. So, anyway, Mileage may vary with that. Okay, so recovered go into. We have more stuff. I just have to remember what it was. Oh, I have other devices here, actually. I think I have other stuff stuck on here. Of course, Kirboso or Kerberos or whatever the heck it's called. That is a RDF software, but of course you need to have that RDF for that to work, so we won't get into that. Oh, I remember now. FL Digi, or I think it's called and FL Message, or it's ANDFLMSG. That is one of the #1 programs, actually, you should have for your Android device, because you're able to send digitally coded radio messages with that, text messages on different formats. I do have a list around here someplace of the actual best formats to use for our purposes, for tactical purposes or whatever. Used in conjunction with an text encryption program. You can use that to send encrypted messages or a one-time pad. Oh, there's also a Android program called One Time Pad. Now then, once again, that one, I would, not use it for anything you ever want to be found out, because there's inherent technical reasons why, assuming there's not any backdoors or any crap like that, there's inherent technical reasons why one-time pad programs typically don't work on computers. Actually, I'll just tell you, it's actually quite simple. Random number generators on computers typically by themselves aren't really random. They just aren't. So you have to introduce some other factor into them, like either have a a microphone going in the room, capture ambient noise for randomization or something like that. So I highly doubt, unless that program uses a microphone or something, it would be totally random. Of course, that all depends on your adversary. Your Antifa adversary, as much as they probably are familiar with technology, your best Antifa adversary is not going to be any better than yours truly. So, and then there's some good pinball games you can get into. Just what? I don't have this organized as well on here. Okay, we'll go into my saved archive Android apps. Oh, that's interesting. There's a drone detector app. I don't know how well that works. There's Drone Watcher, Drone Detector free. Obviously, apparently they have a paid version that's better. That stuff pretty much just operates on one. Actually, will scan Wi-Fi for any obvious drone. A lot of drones are Wi-Fi drones. Not any serious obvious ones are, but or they'll be listening. Supposedly, the phone will listen for the telltale signs of the rotors on a drone. I don't know how. Actually, I need to test. I do actually have an excuse for a drone that I should test one of those out with sometime. ADSB. Let's see here. Okay. It's AVER ADSB. I mentioned that already. ADSB for Pilot I have. Oh, these are pretty old. So I don't know if I found out if those work or not. APRS. There's a thing called APRS Droid. Now, the issue with, this can give you your location if you allow it to. It is APRS. If you don't know what that is, look it up. It's a ham protocol for snitching on your location, basically. If you want to know when a ham's not home, all of his stuff's just sitting there, just go on aprs.com or whatever the website was for that. And, see how I don't think this is necessarily the smartest technology, in that sense. But anyway, it's neat, technically neat, but I don't know if it's smart to be using it all the time, because why does anybody else need to know where you are? At least strangers, anyway. Now, the one thing about APRS Droid, compared to, say, the FL Digi for Android, is it uses a high, the format that it uses is not that great for distances or, say, anything that's going to have interference with it. FL Digi and FL Message will have better formats for error correcting and stuff like that for less than ideal conditions. Whereas APRS Droid is better suited for more ideal conditions. That's what we have for RDF. There's a program called SIGTRAX. I think it's short for signal tracking. SIGTRAX. Anyway, it's a triangulation program. However, I would recommend, it's actually a paid program, and you have to have Google Play working for it to work. Anyway, I actually recommend just getting a copy of ATAC PR, or public release, and that will have triangulation right on there. It's actually, what is it called? It's called net georeferencing. It's a fancy name, but it's under the tools or the menu to the far right on the app. So I'm pretty sure I missed some things here I was going to mention. There's also there's also laser shot apps for the Android. If you have a laser cartridge or even a laser modified airsoft or something with a laser on it, for virtual shooting, dry firing or whatever there. These can be used for that. I believe we're to the end of the show. So as soon as I hear the music, I'll know that it's...
Terminator 3, Terminator. Stalkers captured back in the paid low crew that went down in the area. Over. All hitmen 3 victors. Be advised, we'll roll and freeze attack 295 at 1800 Zulu. No copy. Badger, this is Badger 2-3. Who cleared those Cobras hot? Roger. Interrogative. Do you have a positive ID on any enemy personnel there? Badger 2-1, this is 1-2. Local contacts on the wall. Final 2, this is Final 2-1. I have visual on enemy armor closing 12 clicks due north of the Eiffel Tower. Supported by infantry and attack helos. How copy? Over. Grizzly 2, this is Final 2-1. We're taking heavy fire from all across the forward. Break. 2-2 Echoes. Victor is gone. They took a direct hit from an RPG. Warhorse, this is Hitman. Adjust fire. System aim. Over. 10-digit Greg. Charlie Oscar 258. 792. of the mall, about 1.5 clicks. There is the stadium. Call contact. The south edge of that stadium is a road running along an east-west axis to a large glass building with a deli on the side. Call contact. We are observing from the structure directly to the east of the glass building. Looking east down that road. Call contact. Your target is a column of 2-5 enemy T-90s moving from east to west along that road. They appear to be hurting onto it from the north, adjacent to the railroad tracks running north to south, east of the stadium. After that, bring the rest. Falcon, this is Stalker BK. Good effect on target. 11 tanks confirmed destroyed, 7 tanks mobilized.
Join Mark and Don for Weapons Wednesday, where you'll learn how to use everything from your bare hands to your average AR-15.
The 12-gauge autoloader.
Sure.
The 45 long slide.
Yep.
With laser sighting.
You betcha.
The Uzi 9mm.
Yes, sir.
Phased plasma rifle in a 40-watt range.
What are you, crazy?
Wrong.
Okay, they'll talk about that too. So whatever question you have about whatever weapon you have, call Mark and Don on Weapons Wednesday. And remember, your mind is your first best weapon.
Now you can feel that squeaky clean sensation like none other with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash is a unique natural formula not found in any other oral care products. With a gentle combination of zinc, folic acid, myrrh, and clove oil, Vitamer effectively whitens teeth, removes plaque, and freshens breath, and it does it naturally without any harmful chemicals. Visit us online at Vitamer.com. That's VITAMYR.com. Or call us today to place your order at 1-888-558-8482. That's 1-888-558-8482. Keep your teeth and gums healthy with Vitamer toothpaste and mouthwash. Vitamer, nature's answer to healthy teeth and gums. And remember, it's all completely natural. Available at participating health food stores nationwide.
Liberty's Guardian, Guns and Ammunition, a family-owned business located in the heart of Ohio's hunting country. Let us help you find the right shotgun or rifle for you. Or if you're looking for a pistol or concealed carry, we have a nice selection of compact and subcompact pistols for that too. Check out our website at www.libertiesguardian.com. That website again is www.libertiesguardian.com. Go to the website and check out our selection today.
I had a dream the other night that, well, I didn't understand. A figure walked in through the mist with a flintlock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty as he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low to me, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. The freedoms we secured for you, we'd hoped you'd always keep. But tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom's gone, your courage lost, you're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and home of the brave. You buy permits to travel and permits to own a gun, permits to start a business or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent, although you have no voice in saying how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that doesn't educate, and your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press, and you pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver nor of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make our nation turn from God and shame. You've taken Satan's number. You've traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they could burn down churches and seize the family farm and keep our country deep in debt. Put men of God in jail. Harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oaths they've sworn. and your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders send artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter fighting other people's wars. Can you regain the freedoms for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? And are there no more values for which you will fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? O sons of the Republic, arise, take a stand, defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and each God-given right. And pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. As I awoke, he'd vanished in the mist from whence he came. His words were true. We are not free, but we have ourselves to blame. For even now as tyrants trample each God-given right, we only watch and tremble, too afraid to stand and fight. If he stood by your bedside in a dream while you were asleep and wondered what remains of the freedoms he'd fought to keep, what would be your answer if he called out from the grave? Is this still the land of the free and home of the brave? God bless you, and God bless this republic.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Evening Intelligence Report. I'm Mark Kernke. One day closer victory for all of our brothers and sisters, both on and behind the lines, in occupied territories, southwest, east, northeast, and central. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to us on Libertytreeradio.4mg.com, AM and FM micro stations, AM and FM conventional stations, CB base stations, and Ultra-Net Hallmark and Golden Spike Technologies east and west of the Mississippi, along with Alaska. Good afternoon to all of our friends out there in the lower 49, including the great state of Jefferson, along with the CONUS, the two states, the territories, and the clock. It's 8:08 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Monday, the 22nd of June. It is the 12th year of open Fabian socialist and Soviet socialist combat operations against you, the American people. It is 2020 Old Earth calendar and 2020 the Dance of Swords. Let the games continue and the battle begins. It's been going for a while. We've actually been in the fight for a long time. This is regular business for us. We got a caller. Who do we have?
Mike from Ohio, about ready to blow a gasket. Right as we speak, the peaceful protesters are tearing down the giant Andrew Jackson statue in front of the White House in the park across the street. So where's Trump, our savior? He's not even defending essentially his own view from his house.
So they're tearing down the Andrew Jackson statue there?
Yeah, right as we speak, and nobody's doing a damn thing about it.
This is the same thing that just happened with the statue out in San Francisco. I was playing during the 2-block hour. So they're intentionally stepping back. We're supposed to beg for a bigger police state. No, we just need to ignore the police state, ignore the government, and shoot their ass. This is where our problem is. It's time to get rid of the enemy. The other enemy simply wants to have more power over us so they can confiscate the guns, because that's what's coming after this game. We're going full circle right back to the same BS we've seen over and over again. And the Jewish handlers, Kushner, who is the conduit for Netanyahu and the International Jewish Council, those people have a plan. So do the rest of the other ring knockers, all the different factions. The kosher mafia is part of, well, it's the kingpin, but it still has other elements that they'd like to have the catbird seat. So everybody just stand there with their thumb up their ass watching what's going on.
There's not even a cop in sight, and I mean, this is, right in front of the White House. You think at least he would like to keep that looking pristine, but I guess he doesn't even care about that. So You know?
Well, it's not just that. It's you have. Okay.
No, I just pulled up a live feed of it, and the live feed that I've got, it's got three of the black suited thugs that are Trump's secret police that don't have any identifier on, in front of the shot, watching it all happen. They're not lifting a finger.
Right, I was going to point out. Okay, guys, understand. You're inside the Holy of Holies. You know, we've talked about this a million times about the whole scam with 9/11. The only reason that's happening is because they want it to happen. It's that simple. This is planned. This is the Jewish mob playing the rubes. This is the Jewish mob playing. You and me were supposed to be outraged and go, oh, give the government more power. The government got all this power and got us to where we are here. The government got all this power and brought us to where we are right now. Not those punk-ass pieces of trash that they're just letting go crazy, which are also government employees. We got a government that costs trillions of dollars. What have you been paying for? You all understand that right now, right? I want everybody to think about that. That punk, that orange piece of garbage in the outhouse is no different from the brown piece of garbage before, and the other white one before that, and the demi-white one slash the wood colt Rockefeller, Clinton, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Peel back the onion. Who cares? Okay. The last. For their own demise. Yeah, these characters are doing this intentionally. This is not an accident. I was going to play a little video. We're going to do it in a second here. But I'm not even going to pull the feed. I got a really good idea, and if I watch it, it'd be like, what would you do if you were going to deal with that problem? The first one that got up near the statue would be cut in two by something heavy. I'd make sure it was heavy enough that two chunks would fall. I want to remind you of that. Whenever you have a visible target, you don't want them to just get shot and go, ah! I don't even want them to have any air left in them. That's where you use the half-inch gun, and you aim, low torso. Like I said, aim for the crotch. The low end of the legs are going to fall off, maybe if you're lucky, if you do it right, maybe with a double tap. But it's the idea that when you have something like this, all the rest get to realize they've just walked into their doom zone. But let's review something here real quick. Would everybody out there say the White House is the epicenter of maybe the Holy of Holies? Would everybody say that, if the president is the guy in the catbird seat, who are you supposed to be protecting in the game of flags when you're playing with capture the flag? Would you say that the guy in charge might be the flag? So how is it that a militant, ergo very combatant group is with not just within visible distance, because you could be down the block 4 or 5 blocks, 6 blocks, 8 blocks, 10 blocks, but that's not what we're talking about, is it? You have tiers of operational security, OPSEC, physical operational security. By the time you get there, let's go back a little bit. Remember the woman that the cops are all chasing in Washington, D.C., and they didn't want you to see too much of the footage? When they were chasing that woman who had her baby in the car and she was all scared to death, and every zombie that you thought was a tourist had a gun. Well, those weren't regular people. Those were all the hidey-hole secret police that are peppered all over the downtown capital area that are an army unto themselves. And they were putting bullets there. There were people, the guy with the hula shirt and the shorts on, and he turns like just out of nowhere, pulls out a gun, and he's wailing on that woman in the car along with everybody else. Do you remember that? All these characters, it's just like in John Wick at the end of the one movie. Remember where everybody in the court freezes. That's how Washington is.
Hey,
I want you to think about that. So if they're doing this right now, that's these pieces of trash thinking they're going to play us so that we surrender our Bill of Rights, and then the internationalists screw this country the rest of the way. That's what this is all about. There's the long game. The key all along for the last year has been kill the Bill of Rights. That's what they've been trying to do. We got another voice. He's been patient. Go in there. Jump in there, caller.
Hey, this is Carl in Virginia. I just want to say, nationally, our law enforcement has been the last 30 years increasing their manpower, gunning up and armoring up with every kind of armored personnel carrier and armored vehicle you can think of. And here we finally need them to actually use that stuff. And what do? They take a knee.
Yeah, what did we get them? What did they need all that crap for? Well, you know who they perceive as the enemy? Not those communists. Does everybody see how this is working? All these ring knockers and all these turds that have permeated our government consider super patriots, veterans, constitutionalists, sovereigns, people who are free thinkers. You're the enemy. That's why they got those guns.
Oh, hey, Mark, I have an interesting thing about that guy who that statue fell on here in Virginia.
Oh, yes, very good. The brain leaker.
I haven't got a confirmation on it, but that guy doesn't have a face anymore. It like scraped his face right off when it fell.
Yeah, and that one would be a compression injury, so the tissue damage would be so massive that it's not like what we were talking about before. It's a very different kind of injury. It's kind of like squeezing lemon juice.
Yeah, even though.
And then when your friends jump on the statue up and down while you're under it, you did see that, right? There's one video they pulled. All your buddies are stomping up and down on the statue doing the monkey thing until somebody keeps screaming and they realize that screaming is that character with no face, and, well, he's kind of passed out now. So he's not screaming, but everybody else is, which is really great.
Oh, and in Richmond on Monument Avenue, Antifa had armed checkpoints set up, and they were turning cars away, turning pedestrians away who weren't on their side.
Well, one of the things here that with what's happening is there's a couple things I will mention as I did in the 2 o'clock hour. I want to get it in here. They're planning on attacking Hillsdale, so I've got to mention to all of our militia units that we are rotating Minutemen out. The 8th Regimental Combat Team. You guys are going to be pulling out of the 18 vehicles. None of the vehicles are going to move. Of course, 6 already did, but they're coming back. Other vehicles, because we're doing maintenance on others anyway. Guys, the second line is up. It's kind of like the second shift. Check with your team leaders. Confirm we're using the same vehicles that were already in place and already concealed, and we are remanning. So the Minuteman/Ready Up units are rotating in. Now, I didn't finish my thought last 2 hours on that. 26th Medical Support Detachment already did their part. They had their turn at deployment. I do not know which detachment, but I believe it is going to be, instead of a Michigan militia at large, I think it's going to be a Colonial Marine Medical Fast Deployment Forward Area Hospital unit. So I don't know which unit it is yet. I know we've got 2 groups here in Michigan that have organized that. Whichever group it is, guys, you want to check, get your PIN numbers out, go to the CMM Ultranet site, and then go down through the listings. Now, some of you are not going to be mobilized because we need you to the rear. But the Evacuation Medical Support Immediate Action Group, the same number of people that participated in the last mobilization with the 26th, the same number of people, will now be designated for the next group coming up to bat. We're rotating people in to get time and experience. We don't just need the same people on there over and over and over again. And you guys have other missions. This is going to escalate. The way this is going, this is just the beginning. It's going to be allowed to continue to escalate. I'm not giving out my Bill of Rights. I don't give a squat which punk in which black uniform it is. You can all go to hell on the other side. The Fed troops that are frothing at the mouth, waiting so they can come out and confiscate the guns and play Katrina, along with their UN buddies, and piss on Antifa, Black Lives Matter, who are all just organic sandbag employees for the same Jewish mafia that's running our government. So that's how it's working right now. Real quick, I'm going to play something. I can't show you, but you might hear a voice screaming. And, I could do a pretty simulation of that because I've heard it before, and I'm going to hear it again here in a minute. But, well, down in Atlanta, the homie fries, like I told you, only an idiot or a fool would try to bring a delivery truck through Atlanta or to go into Atlanta, so stuff's going to diminish. Well, apparently they realize that, too, so they've been working farther out the perimeter, and they're out on one of the other expressways and boulevards. And here's what happens. Now, listen up. You should be able to tell. I'm going to just let it play for 2 minutes and 8 seconds. And we'll see if I can get it to work right here. Here we go.
FedEx driver in charge of somebody. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? They dragging somebody. Stop this fucking truck! Stop this! Stop the fucking truck! Grab my arm! This is fucked up! This is fucked up! Oh my God! So anyway, they kind of slowed the truck down, so the homie fries, it was a double-bottom FedEx truck, and they jacked the back door of the front trailer, which means, you remember, guys, there's a second trailer. Well, it looks like they zeroed in on what they thought were big screen or something the size of a big screen TV, and you can see one of the asshats off to the side. But the reason they're all pounding on the truck is because in their zealousness to start pulling things off, because they want to stack them up and steal everything from the white guy's truck, or whoever, I don't know, the little white guy just getting a man. But anyway, what was cute about this is two of the boxes apparently kind of slipped, you know, like a domino forward with homie fry that was holding them in front of the next set of tires coming up. And so the boxes work like a compression wedge. The crotch of the guy was straddled the tires both ways. This is one of those like Arab like movies from the 50s where they implied those like Muslim torture weapons that they used in the desert, and you know, where the guy gets slit from the crotch up as he slides down the big long blade. Only in this case, what's cute is they apparently had already tried to disable the truck by popping tires. Maybe they shot him, and so I don't think the guy figured he was going to stick around. But half of what you hear, the guy is at first like really screaming when the guy first moves a little. Wasn't kind of, he was mewling about halfway through, and then he's not making quite as much noise. And of course, the truck driver is continuing to accelerate. The guy is running along, and two of them are trying to grab homie fry off from underneath, and it's like, homie fry's wedged in there pretty good, and all of his organs are starting to kind of grease the tires. But the problem is that they also flattened the tire. What this did is it created two cutting edges where the rim is, which is, by the way, you can see sparking and hitting the ground, and yeah, so it's getting hot. Good thing is it's cauterizing the cutting wound it's making while it's compressing the guy's crotch. Well, that's actually going through the middle, and the guy's leg on one side and the leg on the other are kind of getting slid sideways as that space in between is being made wider, you know, the width of a semi-tire. So, yeah, it wasn't good, and homie fry didn't make it home, I don't think. I doubt that he survived this. And I have mentioned that this is why one does not get in front of big trucks, trains, and for that matter, smaller vehicles. But in this case, I don't feel bad about any of these people at all. If they pulled that truck driver, if that driver had slowed down and they'd pulled that driver out, they'd be frothing at the mouth, beating his head in, trying to kill him, or murdering him, and we'd all be having to understand. So the fact that the driver did not stop, I completely understand. That's one less. There's going to be a whole lot more, lot more killing in this war. This is just the beginning. Right now, it's just like, it's like a street fair. You block the roads off, and when a woman with her 4 or 5 kids come up to the roadblock, that where the camera starts is on where they got cars blocking the road on the other side because they're trying to stop people so they can beat them down and steal from them. And now the driver can see that,
So the driver is kind of slowed down, and of course, then he actually almost comes to a complete stop, which is only while then they start rushing him, and you can hear him beating on the cab. You remember what they did when they beat on the cab on the guy with the tanker on the highway there? Then they pulled him out, and they killed him almost. If they didn't kill him, he may be dead now. We don't know what happened to him after the fact. Then the control media won't cover it because it's he's evil. He deserves to die at the hands of the blacks. So if you were a driver and you had this happen, this is what I'm talking about. It's cool. He did what he's supposed to. He finally realized he's got plenty of horsepower. I don't know how much weight he's got in the back with those two FedEx, dingleberries behind him, the two boxes. But that wasn't anywhere near what's needed to stop a semi or slow one down like that. It's a matter of just building up speed. And as you heard the guy, going down the road, then he kind of disappears off into the distance as all you see are the truck taillights heading down the boulevard. Hey, that time they didn't get to kill the driver. Darn, how dare they? How dare... Wait a minute, hold on, I gotta do the Greta. How dare you? How dare you? Oh, I think that driver dared a lot. They're lucky they didn't get shot off the truck, but most of the drivers are being attacked by the screw-up cops and the screw-up government and the screw-up states that are total failures. In fact, if what's happening in front of the White House, I don't doubt our caller, then I have no confidence in the government at all, and I will not give them any more power because they already got all the power in the world they need, and if they're not acting, that's not my problem. As far as this goes, they're over there, we're over here, we'll take care of ourselves. You've shown us you failed us. The federal government is a screw-up that brought us to this point. The state governments are a screw-up that brought us to this point and let everything go this far. The cops, especially the police chiefs who are all suck-up Masonic Lodge and Jewish Mafia, have all been bending knee, licking crotch, and are more than happy to kill patriots, constitutionalists, any American out there that pays through the nose or has fought hard to protect the country. But if you're one of these homie fries, they'll get out there and he will help them in a heartbeat. Or let them do whatever they want. Now, if they're going to let them do whatever they want now, and you think that I'm supposed to go, well, we need to throw the Bill of Rights out and surrender our freedom to the pigs in Washington. The pigs in Washington caused this problem. The pigs in Haifa and Tel Aviv, New York, Miami, Chicago, and Washington caused this problem. The public fool system that through the Department of Uneducation caused this problem. There is no answer in this existing regime that is not our government, not run by Americans. Go ask President Kushner. How's that sound? Just go ask President Kushner. Now, next wave of attacks. How many of you seen the BS by the race-baiting Sean King?
Okay, Mark.
Go ahead, caller. Jump in there.
Just wanted to let you know the Sam Cloud stream is down.
Very good. Edward, I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to get pulled one way or another eventually here. We're having on and off. I'm surprised we haven't had more this week so far, or at least the end of last week. But we've actually been pretty good. So for Ed, we've had a little interruption with the Sam Cloud. Appreciate that. Somebody's asking me, let's see if I can get a...
1, 2, 3. Dad, I'm getting a green light on it. In fact, I'm getting a green light and a red saying it's full.
Oh, that may be... Okay, if it's full, that may be the problem, caller. If we're loaded, then I will remind you guys that, it's just like the cell phone system. Eventually, you can hook up so many people that, well, you can't hook up any more people, or at least we're going to have to use all the other feeds that we have. So experiment, see what else is going to work, or look for a rebroadcaster. There are several that are even listed or that you can find going through the system. And we need to probably set up some reflectors, too. Any of you guys that can do that, that would help a lot.
If you're having a problem tuning in on Sam Cloud, we are broadcasting on YouTube right now. You could go to our YouTube channel and click the live video stream, and that's this program.
Live video stream on what? On Libertytreeradio?
On YouTube, yep.
Okay, so go
We've
to
been doing that since
Radio
last week, so it's there.
Okay, and again, everybody who's listening, if you're having a hard time, go over to the, well, if you can, if you're listening temporarily this way, write it down that you can go to the YouTube feed, and we're going to try to add one or two more. I was just confirming, because when you were mentioning that, make sure you qualify it where it is. Another thing here real quick, of course, they're now calling for, and I've read all the four variations on the BS they're pulling out of their hind end. So let's see, statues of Jesus Christ are forms of white supremacy, and so they need to be torn down, and they need to shut down or burn down the churches. So congratulations, try it. On the other hand, I'm going to point something out. You know, this asshat and the Jewish guy running him, see, Sean King doesn't take this up on his own sorry-ass way. The rabbi behind him, the kosher mafia piece of trash behind him, is telling him, they're looking at the numbers. You didn't stand up for your churches. Why would they not think they could roll over your church? You let the corona beer virus scam ride right over your church. Most all of the Christians out there are milquetoast punks. Now, since that's how they're looking at you as a milquetoast punk, as far as most Christian churches go right now, then logic dictates, since we come out of the corona beer virus scam, where the communists wanted to shut churches down. That's what communism always does. They attach to Christian churches, and then they kill the Christians. They started to try and get into that mode with the corona beer virus scam, threatening church owners, threatening pastors, and threatening the membership, attacking them, arresting them. You know, the cops that we're supposed to support now are the cops that were following those orders of the communists before, but we're supposed to be confused because there's all these weird conflicting rules, and, you know, it's not hard at all. Back up, and here's how it works. The pig cops were working for the commies to attack the Christians. Now, of course, as our caller pointed out, I've repeated many times in writings for the last several weeks, wow, we spent all this money, all these cop shops demanded all the latest M16s, indirect fire weapons, armored cars, helicopters, government surplus, looked like a combat infantry unit, and now they're unassing the AO. Now, I know why, because their logic was no matter what they do, and this is what the arrogance of the whole thing with many... let's go back. The original thing that this started from. I don't believe the story or trust any of it anyway. But let's take the official story, because that's always how you can bugger them up. When they strangled that guy, what did everybody do? What were we supposed to think? Now, I know we know what we should have done, but how did we get to that point where the cop thought he could do that? Whether it was faked or whatever, the logic is that the arrogance level bled out onto the street. I'm sure that if that character, if that was real, that murderer had done it before. You want to know why I can say that? Looking at his face, because I've been amongst murderers, lots of murderers, lots and lots of murderers. And there's an expression. You get into battle enough, especially either beside or against, and you get to see the real face that you're putting up with behind the shield, the screen. And the face you saw there, why is he more excited? Guys, he's a murderer. He's a dark arts type. Whether it's, even if it's fake or real, you see how he's acting? Guess what? You're seeing their true nature. That, you know, as far as exterminating you, anybody, your kids, for them, just a blank expression while they're busy feeling all warm and fuzzy and sexually excited on the inside. I want you to pay attention to that. Now, fake or real, that's where that was. And here we are now. And again, it's, gotta get that there Christ, gotta get those Christian symbols. Now, okay, you just go ahead and try. I've not been saying, oh my God, I'm outraged. I print good. Go ahead and do it. Good. Keep it up. Go ahead. Do it. Go ahead. You know, here's one. Let me something else I didn't address. We were dealing with helping our people, and we were discussing medical support in the first 2 hours, for most of the 2 hours, and rightly so, because this is something you're going to have to deal with. I'll give you an example. That guy getting dragged down the road there, I wouldn't want to think about what's going to happen if you... First of all, somebody starts screaming, get an ambulance again. And it's like, there's another one, the other one where the girl got shot, get an ambulance. Ain't no ambulances coming for you, fool. You kicked out all the ambulances. You kicked out all the police. You threw rocks and bottles and started busting up the fire trucks. They retreated and went home, okay? So whoever's going to be there, it's going to be like what we're going to face in general. If you want your people to survive, you have to be ready to bite the bullet and bear up to what it is you're going to be looking at, because the end results of these fighting actions are horrific.
Hey, Dad?
We got a caller. Who do we have?
You got Edward. 7 minutes ago, that's about the delay on the feed I've got here. The D.C. police finally showed up to save Andrew Jackson's statue. I think they're listening. Although they were there from the beginning, I've got the video, not the video, I got a still image posted from when they started pulling the thing down. You can see the 3 jackboots right in front of it. They're on the monitor right now. And now they're saying that the cops finally showed up to stop them from tearing down Andrew Jackson's statue. They were sitting there watching the damn thing, and now they're being forced to act.
Actually, meanwhile, we got more garbage going on with the Ubangi Knuckle Dragus out in Seattle, too, and it's like, please let me laugh. Subnote, thank you to Debbie. Before we go any farther, Kansas City orders churches to turn over their membership lists. The communist Kansas City Soviet has ordered churches to turn over their membership lists, because if the communists are going to round you up, they have to have your pastors betray you and hand over all your names. I want you to think about what do you believe, what do you feel right now is the agenda. I want you all to think about this. What do you feel the agenda is right now? What are the vibes? What vibes are all of you getting off of this? You do not have to go this way, that way, this way, that way. Don't do that. This is a very straightforward battlefield that we're on. And all you have to do is step back 2 or 3 paces, look around real quick, focus, and make sure you're collecting all the details, and you can see the writing on the wall. They're coming to murder you. This government is useless. It will not be there to help you. You will be crying for help, and you will mule. And you heard those. You heard that guy under the tires there. Ah! 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 The only person that is going to save this country is the man or woman that right now goes away from where you're sitting, goes into the bathroom, and looks in the mirror. That's who's going to save this country. Not the stinking cops, not the stinking military, not the rest of them. We got to call.
They're working the propaganda really hard on this, Dad. Remember, I just said they said they showed up to do it. Now they're already declaring Andrew Jackson statue in Lafayette Square saved by police amid protests.
Yeah, right.
Just that quick. Like I said, they were sitting there from the beginning just watching.
Well, it's like I said, you're looking at, if you were to look at this as a dartboard, where do you think the White House is in the peripheral? Let's say, you know, you have the different spheres for points, you know, dartboard, and then you have the quadrant rays. The White House is in the middle. It's like the bullseye. Now, I want you to think about this. All of the rest of the peripheral rings are like walls, especially in a time of national emergency. And this has been an ongoing event of FEMA national emergency since the corona beer virus. So why and or how did that happen? Why? What's its purpose? You ask yourself, where on the dartboard is the White House? Why, it's dead center, son. Bingo, bingo. Everybody understand that? Well, playing the rubes. Playing the rubes. The Jews, the Jewish mob, the Kushner, who's right there at Trump's ear, playing the rubes. And all the rest of the swamp turds that didn't go anywhere And they're all dug in like, what they say, like a Louisiana tick. Yeah, well, you've heard that term before. Anyway, we've got, well, let's see, we've got a few other things I better touch on here before we go any farther. I want to say thank you also. We've had a lot of good people doing some really great work recently here, and they've actually been involved in a lot of the, oh, don't you do that to me. A lot of you guys know we've been involved in trying to get as much done as we can. It's tying us up till 3, 4 in the morning every day. And if it weren't for you guys stepping up where you are in your different parts of the country, I can't do this by myself. None of us can. Not one of us is going to be the answer. It's got to be all of you. But you have to step back, take 3 good breaths, take 2 real deep ones, take another one, and let it out halfway, just like rifle marksmanship, just like competition, just like running. I was a long-distance runner. I was a short-distance track runner, too. I ran a 440 competition. Okay, I'm not a small guy, but I was the pace man for one of the top runners in the state. I could mark his time for training and press him. Okay, I could. But the fact of the matter is that in order to do that, I had to be centered. In order for us to win, you all have to be centered. Do not be panicked. You have to drop the drama component when it comes to dealing with this. I mentioned earlier, well, imagine if you had to come up on that person who's under those tires. I said earlier, I've seen this myself before. First, people turn and look for what they hear is a horrible. If they recognize and hear it's a sound. When you hear horrible pain, it will resonate through your subconscious as part of the fight-flight issue. So you will look for it. You will try to find it. The next step is that people, a percentage, but not most, a percentage will run towards that out of the idea to help because of the way they perhaps have had some conditioning or training. However, with the sickening sound of agony, a percentage within 5 or 6, maybe 7 steps will actually start to find that their feet are stuck in mud. Now, that's the 3rd tier. That's where you either push forward or you freeze there or you slowly move forward because maybe somebody else will jump up to it. And each one is a demonstrative test of the resolve of humans. You're in the middle of what is it is the beginning of the fight for your life, not for just for your country, but for your family, yourself, all that we've known in the way of history or heritage. We have to kill them all on the other side. We're going to have to fight, and we are going to have to win. And however they try to twist it, I'm not listening to anything the government has to say because they're a bunch of filthy liars. They declared veterans coming back. This government, this regime, this corporate regime under the War Powers Act, printed up articles with the ATF and FBI declaring veterans coming back from war and quote-unquote super patriots as enemies of the states and terrorists. Now let me ask you something. Are any of you out there, all of you super patriots, are you out there burning down this country right now? Let me ask you, are any of you constitutionalists out there burning down this country right now? Let me ask you, are any of you sovereigns out there burning down this country right now? Are any of you free thinkers burning down this country right now? No. You want to know why? Because we're the thinking people that build. We are not destroyers. However, we know how to destroy, and we know how to destroy efficiently and to fight for our lives. That's the only way that we'll find an excuse to use what we have in the way of those destructive tools. I have no problem putting them to the test instantly, and you better have the same attitude. Instantly. Your life is worth something. Your children's life is worth something. Your parents and your grandparents and your great-grandparents, all of their experience is worth something. We fight for our people now. We fight for our heritage and for our future because my heritage is worth something too. That's part of me. That's what I own. You think I'm ever going to apologize for that? You can stuff it up your ass so far it'll come out the top of your head by the time I'm done. That's the attitude we all have to have. Here's another thing, because after all, you're evil and wicked, you white people in the churches. You're evil and wicked, and the homie Fry said, we're going to go burn you down. You blow them out of their shoes now. Anybody comes near anything like that, they die. Well, I don't think they were. Yeah, we know they were. I was looking right at their face. And in the frothing monkeyness of their insanity, whatever animalistic dope they're on, whatever brought them to that point, also brought them to their death. And the government tries to grab you for it, they die too. Because government isn't showing up. And when they are, it's purely for manipulative profit on their part at your expense. We are finished with that. Just remember, and how we burned in the...
Valley View Casino and Hotel's Floor on the Floor Cash Card giveaway is back and ready to go full throttle on Friday, June 26th. This month's winner will choose from a BMW X1, an Infiniti Ford F-150, $25,000 in cash, or spin for $100,000. Earn your entries by playing at San Diego's favorite casino. Then join us on June 26th to win. So don't miss this exciting giveaway, only at Valley View Casino and Hotel.
Personally, I mean, it doesn't bother me. I would be in support of changing that name to Harriet Tubman.
Mixed opinions in Rolando tonight about replacing Andrew Jackson's name on the post office.
But had understood they had nothing left to lose.
Dad, I apologize. We had some sound coming in from something else. It took me a while to get rid of it. I don't think you heard it on the conference line, but it did go out on a couple of the streams. It was a glitch on our end. I apologize.
What do I know? Not expected, anyway.
Well, I'm sorry, Dad. I was trying to pull up an article that somebody gave me, and I didn't realize it had a video file to it that was playing about something else happening with Andrew Jackson. So, sorry.
Anyway, change track. That's out. Dum 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 dum. And anyway, God. Where do we go from here? Oh, I'll tell you what. March of Cambreus. We were going to play that sometime during the 2-hour block, and we got into a subject. Why bother? Let's play that.
Like ours is hard to stop. Close your mind to stress and pain. Fight till you're no longer sane. Let not a one damn curve pass by. How many of them can we make die? our marching drum, we'll win the war and pay the toll. Our fighters are one in heart and soul. Midnight mare and blood-red roan, fight to keep this land your own. Sound the horn and call the cry. How many of them can we make die? Axes flash, rocks will swing, shining armors piercing a ring. Houses run with a polished shield. Fight those bastards till they yield. Midnight mare, blood-red roan, fight to keep this land your own. Sound the horn and call the cry. How many of them can we make die? How many of them can we make die? How many of them can we make die?
And we are back, and we only have about 8 minutes left. And so, you get to pick whether slave or free, which will you be? And to be quite honest, like I said, you're going to see the idea is to play extreme seesaw back and forth and get you to surrender to the police. Katrina, Katrina, Katrina. Oh, we didn't know they were going to try and confiscate the guns. Oh, we didn't know they were foreign troops. We brought them in, and we put them out there, and even some in American uniforms, some in their foreign uniforms. But we didn't know that. You know what? Without the cops, without the military, we can shoot these asshats right out of the country. Here's the problem. Once you start doing it, the cops are going to be told by their lodge masters and the synagogue runners that they got to come down and get in our face because that wasn't the plan. Otherwise, this would be done. Because with the cops, it ain't going to happen. Why? Because your country, the government, a minority, the employees of the government and the government itself is a gross, gross minority. If you have that hourglass under control, the bureaucracy is made up of communists. The politicians are communists, either Trotskyites, Leninists, or Stalinists, or Maoists. The only difference is their flavor of communism, but they all believe the same thing. They believe in the centrist power of the police state. That is all that they want. They are trying to get you, to convince you to surrender your Bill of Rights. Are you ready? I'm not surrendering anything, and I don't need them. And the places where all of this is happening, it's sad, like that statue. Unfortunately, San Francisco was always a problem to begin with, but then more and more of it used to be pockets, and then the faggots and the queers and the communists all got their way. They're usually all one and the same. And that's why, over the weekend, the Francis Scott Key statue was destroyed, a beautiful work of art. It is an Americana item, and the animalistic shoe-size IQ, 2-year-olds in young adult body, panty waist, dwips, did what they did. But they'd like to do more. In their mind, they've already decided they want to kill you. This beefs them up for that. Government knows this. Government is going along with it. This is why all of the government, from the communist local mayors and politico and commissars all the way up through to Washington, are making this happen. Now, it is America. This is our country. Each state is our nation state. Some states, like I said, it's going to be a lot easier. Portland, I wouldn't have any problem dumping artillery on all day now. Remember what I said a few years back? Everybody says, well, who would you shoot? Remember how many idiots said that? Who would you shoot? Do you think he can figure out how to shoot right now? Everybody under this assumption that it would just be so hard when the pop-up targets decide to start presenting themselves. It isn't very hard right now, is it? So those dweebs always did that to try and be the philosophical question. There was no philosophical question about combat. Now, I'll be putting bullets on the characters behind the curtains, those yarmulke-wearing turds that are farther back. They're dead with the rest of these fools. Everybody's already agreed on that. I haven't had a conversation yet where everybody's like, well, they're just sandbags up front, and so you agree. Yep. And we got to do something else. Oh, yes. And these people have all been, well, we've done stuff like this because a lot of these people were in the military or in one element or another of a fighting force or another. So we're not going to waste a whole lot of time on the sandbags up front. We got plenty of infantry for that. But there's a whole bunch of people, in fact, far beyond the number available as targets. We have one mission from every angle to come in at them, and they have no rest, no place to hide, 24/7, like they thought they were going to do to us. We'll all be doing to them at the same time. That's why I call it the dance of swords, because that's what this is. Now, organize, arm, equip, and train as militia. Establish a 5-10 program in your area of operation as quickly as you possibly can. Logistics, logistics, logistics. Socks, underpants, T-shirts. Those are that's the core basic. Well, there's other things. Oh, there's a ton of other things. But personally for you, try to get about 10, 15 pairs of socks. It won't be enough. You'll go through them fast enough. Know how to make a rag into a sock. Study the Russian method for making foot wraps, because that is the quickest solution that we won't be galling to your feet. Medical support, obviously. Communications is very apparent. Transportation, especially critical. I need an ambulance! The ambulances don't run anymore. Now what do? Well, you make your own. You all hear it? You see, if you look at what just happened, the enemy on the other side had no clue. The enemy on the other side, look at their performance. Now, I laugh at them for a reason because, well, they actually do have some gray matter like anybody else, but they have, like I said, the shallow hell movie version of understanding the problem. The video game version. I'll guarantee you when that Bewitch got slapped in the ass with that bullet, she probably pulled out her phone eventually and was trying to hit the app for reset and to shut the pain button off. Because after all, it's like a video game. Except there is no reset. That divot you've got stuck in your hind end now, that's real, ain't going anywhere. Now, the other half of this is turnaround time. Not just the idea of saving the people that get hurt, but being able to turn around when they get to the other end. So for all you grandmas and grandpas, and a lot of people say, well, I can't fight. How about tending the wounded? How about helping those who need to convalesce? You don't need to do much. I will say this is not going to be pretty. You're going to have to take care of a bedpan or two, and we're going to have to change wound dressings, and that ain't nice no matter who does it. And we're going to have to be religious about taking care of the person until we can get them back on their feet. I don't care who it is. I'm only going to be turned around as long. I'm down only as long as it takes to get back on my feet and get back in the fight. And you all better think the same way. You're fighting for your country. This is the fight you expected. Now, because of it, you're going to have to be in it until we're done and win. There will be no retirement. There is no place to run and hide. You're here. You're it. Congratulations. Get out there, square yourself away, learn what you can as quick as you can, and in as many ways as possible. Motivate your friends. Join the militia. www.colonialmarinemilitia.4mg.com. 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 We're at the end. God bless our republic. Death to the New World Order. We shall prevail, ladies and gentlemen. The empire is on the run. We're on a march. We'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, forgive me. We're done. What am I talking about? I get to rest for a little bit. No, I don't. I got a pile of work as soon as I walk away from this microphone. Anyway, we will see you all tomorrow. Edward is taking over. More Liberty Tree Radio coming up. But you people are the solution. Step up to the plate. Man up. God bless. Bye-bye.
We'll pay the piper, boys, beneath the Liberty tree. It's a tall old tree and a strong old tree. And we are the sons, yes, we are the sons of liberty. Pay the price they're asking, boys, always pay the tyrant's fee.
I was watching from the window listening to the pouring rain, when I saw James flash a peace sign from the plane. And with one last look, he was off to fight for Uncle Sam in the war-torn jungles of South Vietnam. When he first arrived in country, he could not believe his eyes, couldn't understand why people had to die. But he did his thing for Nixon, spilled blood upon the land for a host of reasons he just can't defend. These days he's just trying to get by, still dreams about that day in their life. So he rolls himself a big fat one out where those Charlies died, 'cause thinking about the war just makes him cry. Yeah, these days he's just trying to get by. When his second tour was over and he made his way back home, he felt defeated, discouraged, and alone. You might say he has some problems you wouldn't understand. No, this wasn't quite the life that he had planned. He's been living in seclusion in a cabin by the lake. He's been seeking faith with every toke he takes. And now that pot's been legalized, well, this old broken man plans to move to Colorado when he can. These days he's just trying to get by, still dreams about that day in their life. So he rolls himself a big fat one out where the eagles fly, 'cause thinking about the war just makes him cry. Yeah, these days he's just trying to get by. Jimmy bought a place near Denver where the air is fresh and clean, close to the mountains, the rivers, and the streams. A golden opportunity to start a brand new life for this purple-hearted soldier and his wife. The day that final curtain falls and it's Corporal Johnson's time, well, I hope that God will try to keep in mind the sacrifices that he's made to keep our country free, so that we get by. Still dreams about that day in Mirai. So he rolls himself a big fat one out where the eagles fly. 'Cause thinking about the war just makes him cry. Yeah, these days he's just trying to get by. Yeah, these days he's just trying to get by.
Well, it is 9:08. It's time to open the Veterans Manual. I'm your host, Machine Gun Randy. I come to you by Libertytreeradio.4ng.com, IndianaFreedomTalkRadio.com. If you'd like to call in and join the show tonight, fine. That number is 712-432-0900. Activation code is 957464 pound. A *6 will demute you. Those numbers again are 712-432-0900. Activation code is 957464 pound. A *6 will demute you. So again, if you want to call the show tonight, you can do that by dialing in 712-432-0900. Activation code amount 957464 pound. A *6 will demute you. So, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And again, I want to start the show out the way I always do. I want people to be aware that we have our service members, our fighters are coming home for a celebration, I think. And when they do so, and you're traveling, and you see somebody trying to molest them, bother them in any way, start yelling at them, putting a stop to it, because they're told not to get involved with anything like that, to get out of it the best way you can. So they can't really do anything. At least that's what I was told. I came home from Vietnam when I was attacked by a spit platoon outside of Metropolitan Airport. And I got out of there without getting involved, although there was a tense moment there because you really don't care about what you might get into when that incident happens, because you just came back from Vietnam or Afghanistan where you've been outnumbered before. You don't have a gun, but you got your experience. And from my experience with them people, even though there was 12 or 13 there, if I went on them and I got a couple of good punches and kicks in, they're going to leave. Especially if there's any veterans out there wherein we came home from Vietnam, we didn't have no welcome buddies or anything. We had spit platoons and stuff like that that we ran into. So if you see anything like that going on, yell at them, scream at them, put a stop to it. Don't let them get with our heroes. That's what they are. They're coming in from a battle right now in a hot desert. I could not, I was in Vietnam and it was hot. But there was moisture in the air. And there's none in the desert. It's just stone dry, sand dry, salt dry. But to come home and be messed with by some idiots, it's uncalled for, shouldn't be tolerated. But we are in America. We have the right to your voice. That's why you're listening to this show right now, because we have the First and Second and Third and Fourth Amendments of the Constitution of the United States. And in that one, the first one, you have the right to bear arms. You have the right to voice your opinion. You have freedom of speech, where you can literally take it to the limits. And I have, not particularly on this show, but I have, but out where I'm at, I've got some rules, and one of them is I got a 3-foot law. Now it's 6 foot. But before, if I seen you was coming at me, I'd tell you, you got 3 feet between me and you, and I'm going to get you, or you're going to get me. And it usually stops there. But that was my limit there. And a cab driver saved me from the spit platoon. All right, so don't let them mess with our people. And second, I want to remind everybody, if you're coming home, to get with the VA. You came home to a long wait because they got that virus thing going around here, that COVID-19, and the VA is, well, you can get to them online, and the operator will direct you more than you will. If you were going to hook you up over here to the audio or whatever. No, you go there, it'll ring and ring and ring and ring and ring and hang up, and then an operator will come back and tell you if you want to make a phone call, hang up and dial. So you get a hold of the operator, and they get you right into the area you have to be at. They got with me twice today for glasses and for hearing aids. I was on a road trip, and somewhere along the way, they came up missing. I didn't know about it until this morning because when I get out, and I like to take them out, even though there's a lot that I miss. I don't like to hear the wind blowing through the hearing aid. And the glasses I use for reading, so I had them in the past. Well, it's gone. So if you call in tonight, and I have a hard time hearing, remember that I've only got my left hearing aid in. I found one from the old one, and it works. The right one I could not find. So that's what the VA does, supposed to do. Now, I left a message after she put me into the specialty mines, and they both called back in a pretty good time, you know. I mean, it was within 15 minutes they both called back. And the hearing aids, they're waiting for 2 weeks to make sure that they're not turned in someplace, which they could. They got numbers on them. They can trace them right to me if they're found. So they are getting me my glasses and my hearing aid. My glasses was ordered today, and they'll be here, he said, in 7 to 10 working days. That's pretty quick. But the hearing aids, they got to wait 2 weeks before they can make the appointment to go in and get the hearing aids. And hopefully by then, the coronavirus is over. I had to go back in April and have my hearing aids brought up to where I could hear with them. And after that, things went south for a while, and I went out, and now I lost the bag. So they're fixing it up. Unfortunately, it's going to be 2 weeks before they can even make an appointment, which could be on into October, November. So if it's going to be that long, I'm going to have to wait, because I'm going to be going to Florida for the winter. I'm getting out of this here place. I am not going to spend another winter here in Michigan if I can help it. I've got a nice place. I can go to Florida and bug my brother-in-law. He lost his wife a year ago, and I lost my wife here this past April 30th. And we're going to drive him around. He broke his hip. Then he got in trouble, and he lost his Florida license. So I'm going to be driving him around to wherever he wants to go most of the time. But, it's going to be nice to get out of here. So when these people get home, excuse me for wandering, I'm doing that here lately. When these people get home and they finally make it home and they finally get to where they can get a hold of the VA, and it'll be online because they're not opening the doors, and you'll figure out what you got coming. And if you got something coming from the finances, if you have a disability that you're going through, they'll be sending you monthly checks depending on what your disability is, percentage-wise, not what type of disability. Is it 10 or is it 100%? You know, they put me in at 30% from the Army. And then as I got out of the Army and I went to the VA under directions of a fellow person that was 100% disabled, and he showed me the way. And he took and got me to where I went in, and next thing I know, the VA, they covered from the 30% that the Army had, the VA put me down with 70%. Combining the two gave me 100%. And I have never had any problems with or about the VA here in Michigan. I'm sure somebody has had problems with them, especially, people that are loaded up with PTSD. It's hard for them to answer questions, They just get really tight and they don't want to talk. And The thing about PTSD is that you do not have to do anything other than to talk to them and tell them, I think I have PTSD, and they'll take it from there. You don't have to prove that you have PTSD. They've got to prove that you don't have PTSD. And that's pretty hard to do. It's pretty hard to prove that a person who's been in heavy combat and had people next to them killed, and they killed people out there, and it is hard to tell them they don't have PTSD when you're pumping them full of Thorazine or whatever they use nowadays. They change periodically just to find out if something else might work, because so far everything that they've used out there, everything they've used for PTSD has not worked. They've been using it since World War II, when it was shell shock, combat fatigue, and it finally came in as PTSD, post-traumatic stress. And there is a difference, I guess. I had a captain one time in Vietnam who took it on himself to call a medical issue on a soldier that I had went into the jungle with 4 other people. Here it is. Somebody here?
Yeah, it's your daughters. We're all just listening in right now. Hello, Dad.
Oh, hey. You guys are just about in time, because pretty soon they're going to put on a good Hank Williams song about rocking chair money. And it's going to be about, I was just breaking into it, about people that are coming in and they need to get their assistant set up. And like I was last thing I wanted to do when I came home was to go to the VA. One, it was in a big room, like not an auditorium, but a lunchroom type situation. And all of these guys sat there with numbers from 1 to about 360. And it went through us by noon. They had us down. That's how quick they moved us through. They didn't have time to listen to none of the stories. So I'm telling the people tonight that they need to give how's things going on. Happy birthday, Christy.
I think Christy's the only one that isn't here, Dad. I couldn't get a hold of her.
Really? Well, happy
I think
birthday
she's calling
anyway.
it herself.
Oh? Yeah.
Oh, good. She is listening.
Okay.
I'm listening. It's hard to hear.
Happy birthday to whoever. It's been a long one. There's been birthdays all over. At Sam Shower, there was a birthday. Oh, no, that was a graduation. But the cousin had a birthday there. Lauren's cousin had a birthday yesterday. Chris is today.
Lots of June babies.
Yep. Maybe we'll have another one.
I think we just might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be okay with me. There's nothing wrong with the June baby, except now it's cancer.
That's when God says.
Mm-hmm. This is it. Can't rush it. Well, they can rush it. But, like you said, it's what it is. God did it, and he'll take care of it. And I got a lot to go in this next half hour. And
rocking chair money. Now I got rocking chair money, but I got it the hard, hard way. I fought in every battle from the start to the VJ day, and now I'll rock, yeah, rock. Oh baby, rock, rock on down the line. Now some folks seem to be jealous, some don't seem to care, but I got rockin' chair money, honey, to rock on away from here, 'cause I love to rock. Yeah, rock, baby, rock, rock on down the line. I rocked way out on the ocean, I rocked from here and there. My baby stepped out while I was gone. Now she don't get my rocking chair, 'cause I love to rock. Yeah, rock, baby, rock, rock on down the line. I'll soon get my big check, baby, and then we'll have some fun. This rocking chair money, honey, is better than toting a gun, 'cause I love to rock. Yeah, rock, baby, rock, let's rock on down the line. Now, honey, let's go honky-tonkin', let's honky-tonk all night. Let's lollygag and smooch and love and do it all up right, 'cause I love to rock. Yeah, rock, baby, rock, well, let's rock on down the line.
all right, you heard Hank Williams just do Rockin' Chair Money. That was recorded by Hank Williams back in 52, if you don't know. Died in a comfortable way, you might want to say. But he was there 3 years. He recorded. I got a CD, 46 gold hits. In 3 years, this gentleman put out. And he's also got his son, Hank Jr., and now we got Hank the Third. And, hey, Rockin' Chair Money was put out back maybe before the Korean War or after the Korean War. And it's basically to let them soldiers know that it's okay to go get that rocking chair money. So don't feel bad or guilty about it, because when you went into service, you signed the contract, and that is in your contract to take care of you in the time of war injuries, mental, physical, all of it. And don't feel guilty. Basically, it's an honor. They give you an honor plaque to put up on your wall that congratulates you for receiving your benefits. It's not like the drill sergeants and people that would talk about how it's not cool to be collecting that money. Well, it's not cool not to collect that money. And the second half of this hour, I am going to thank the tobacco companies for killing my wife. Now I don't have to watch her smoke their cigarettes. Now I've been telling them I'm coming after them. I'm starting my first strike soon. I am taking as many people that is coming in family and friends of mine. And I challenge anybody out there who has lost a family member, wife, parent, sibling, child, any of them who has had their family members taken away from that horrible disease brought on by a horrible bunch of companies, allowed by our government to do so. Well, I'm taking 10 of my family and friends to an acupuncturist sometime here in next week, I'm hoping. It's a walk-in clinic, and we're going to walk in, and first they're going to have to check and see what his percentage rate is for people to quit smoking with his acupuncturing. My doctor at the VA told me he took his brother-in-law where he was at, it was guaranteed, and that 98% of the people that went there quit on their first time. So check and see what his percentage rate is on first time, because it is guaranteed and you can go back again when it is needed. And I'm opening a challenge to anybody who has lost a loved one, that you take 10 of your friends and get them taken care of at an acupuncture. If you want, wait and see the results that will be coming from my family and friends. But that's the first attack. If we can get that going, get people out there who's lost loved ones. You've got money. If you've got money, put 10 of your friends and family members to an acupuncturist in your area. $100, that's less than a month's supply of cigarettes to some people. And it's guaranteed. It all depends on, do you want to keep letting your money go to them tobacco companies, American Tobacco, R.J. Reynolds, whatever their names are now. I've been told they've changed their names, but they haven't changed their products. If they have, they made them more dangerous. They haven't made them to do anything but keep you addicted. And a lot of them people that are high up in them offices and them companies, I bet they've got brothers and they've got uncles and stuff that are in the medical business who comes in and treats you for your cancer that their brother-in-law gave you. It's a vicious circle going around in there. And I'll tell you what, dying from cancer is not like I'm going to sleep and waking up and you're in heaven. No, it started 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it started. Then cancer came in again and again, and they cut her out fish. And the last, she went in December, they told her she had cancer. And things went downhill fast. But it was every night she was in pain. Every day she was in pain. And they kept giving her stronger pain medicines. And at the end, the last 2 or 3 days, every hour she was getting morphine given to her from the pain, and she was still in pain. And she went all the way up to the end when she started breathing real shallow. The family, they didn't know what my grief was going to be. And they asked me, go into the front room in my office there, I call it, and we'll call you when things are going to change. And I didn't want to argue. I kissed her, and I went and fell asleep on the front porch, and Norm woke me up and said, get in here, and I went in, and she was gone. Stacy had just kissed her on the forehead, said, I love you, and she opened her eyes, looked at Stacy clear-eyed, and says, I love you too, baby, and she died. That's how you son of a bitches killed my wife. And you want me to forget about it. Not a day at all will I forget what you did. I'm blaming everybody who grows tobacco, to everybody who makes cigarettes out of the tobacco, everybody who makes the chemicals that go into them cigarettes. Around 2,700 different chemicals, and nobody knows what they are. And our government gives them permission to do that. And they're putting people in jail for marijuana who has done nothing but help people. And cigarettes have done nothing but kill people. Very vicious and slowly. And our government, God bless the USA, is letting them do that. Our insurance companies, they cry and bitch about deer in northern Michigan here. And they got the state of Michigan to open up a few seasons that you can go out and shoot as many does as you want to. But they're not doing nothing about tobacco companies killing more people with cigarettes than the deer herd has hurt cars, okay? I don't know what people think. Oh, my kid, she started smoking cigarettes. Well, she's got 40 years. My daughters have been smoking cigarettes for some of them 10 years, some of them 12. I'm taking them to a not a chiropractor, an acupuncture. And anybody out there who can afford it, if it's for yourself, if it's for your kids, if it's for a neighbor across the street, do your part to humanity and cut these tobacco companies out. Stop tobacco. Raise marijuana. Let marijuana go as tobacco goes, and let tobacco go as marijuana goes. Make it illegal. You made marijuana illegal. You made it illegal in 38. And you've done nothing to look at it since. You've had it on a scheduling list with heroin. You are a bunch of idiots, and you're running a country. You're supporting industries that make opioids that are killing people by the thousands. And they have a little hearing here and there, and they'll fine them billions of dollars. And they'll make news with it. Oh, pharmaceutical companies gotta pay $57 billion in fines. Where do you think that money goes? That $57 billion don't go in my pocket. It don't go in your pocket. Whose pocket does that money go into? Some of it make it to agencies that it was supposed to have stopped years ago, like American Tobacco Company, and they don't. They're getting so much money, they're selling our lives. So a few can make billions of dollars and pay taxes. And them companies that are making billions of dollars are sending in lobbyists. I call them lousiest. They're sending them in, and they're buying our votes from our representatives. They're allowed to give them up to $3,500 each. When I say each, I mean each congressman, senator, president, officials, all of them are offered these checks. It's up to them to take them or not take them. And you always see them in the news later. Well, I didn't know it was that. I gave that money back to them. And that's bull crap that they didn't know what they was taking that money for. They are told exactly what that money is for. Not only them, but their secretaries and their people that are around them. Them people are there too, and they know what they are doing. They know exactly what they are doing, and what they're doing is taking money to do what they have to do to keep marijuana off the market, to keep guns off the market, to keep opioids off the market. No, opioids are being paid for by fines from courts. They're fined $52 billion. You know how much a company that makes them opioids, you know how much they make? They make that much in a week. And nobody's crying. They're just paying the fine. Stockholders are happy. Stockholders are happy for all of these companies, rather the fabrication companies, for materials like cotton, nylon, silk, them companies, and companies that make oil, gasoline. They know what marijuana could do. It would keep a lot of oil in the ground if they started using it like it ought to be used, like God thought it should be used, to make products that don't have to come out of the ground, to make products that you don't have to cut a complete forest down when you can do it with a few thousand acres of hemp. But all these are, industries that's been here for hundreds of years legal. And it don't matter that tobacco kills you. It's okay. It's cool. You can go to the store and buy you 2 cartons of cigarettes. Go home, hook your oxygen up, turn it on high, and smoke that 2 cartons of cigarettes in a week. I've seen it happen. People smoking the oxygen on and burn. My friend Alan in Big Rapids, his mother burned up to death, her house down, smoking with oxygen on. They didn't know that it would cause a fire, he said. The first thing they tell you is no smoking in the house. They really don't like natural gas or propane. It's got that little flame there all the time, and that could be explosive to a person using oxygen. But our government lets them run their business as usual. It's great for the doctors. I don't know how much it costs the VA for Pam to go to her visits, operations, hospital stays over the past 6 years. It's got to be close to $1 million, if not more. And I'm thankful that I have the insurance that I had to take care of Pam. It took care of her very well as the circumstances would amount to anything. She had everything she needed, and we decided to have hospice come in. And it wasn't long after that nature took its course. And she fought it, Pam hard all the way. And she expressed nothing more important than family. That's no business, no shows. She taught us there is nothing more important than our blood. And if one person in the family has a problem, we get together and we take care of it. And That's the way it's worked, and it has worked great that way. And it will continue to do so. It's great the way the family has came together through all this. I've known families, including mine, that has been torn up, and siblings not talk to each other for years, if not ever. Well, I'm glad to say with mine and Pam's family has came through this in flying colors. That's not just the daughters, that was the granddaughters. Maddie, 16 years old, 15 minutes after her grandmother was pronounced dead, she came out with a makeup kit. Made my wife beautiful. That was the kind of care my wife got through her passing. I couldn't ask for anything better way to have it than what it was. We had a saxophone player come in and play. He was a minister. And she thought he was her father at first. Well, until the end, because of the virus, when she asked, was that my dad? Samantha said, he can't come in because of the virus. He loves you, and he's going to play the sax. And he did. And it was wonderful. There wasn't a dry eye in the house, except for Pam's. She had that look of amazement listening to the saxophone player. I got to do that for her. She saw heaven and told Cassie that asked her if she's seen it, and Cassie says, I don't, and she says, you're a good person, you will. And that's how we handled it. And that's the way it should be handled by everybody, because like God said, like Jesus said, the dead is mine to take care of. You take care of the living. And that's the way I believe. And I believe that she's there with him. I did what he did with Mary. When he knew his end was here, he told John, the disciple, to take care of Mary as he would take care of him, as he would take care of Jesus. Instead of putting her in the hands of his brothers and sisters that he had. He wasn't an only child. He had stepbrothers from Joseph. And he could have put the oldest in charge, which is usually done in them times. The son would put the mother and sisters in grace of the older brother or whatever. Well, in Jesus' case, he did it with John, and I did with Jesus. Take care of my wife till I get there, Lord. And he will. And it's going to end up being glorious. And it's going to be wonderful. But right now, I am taking as much as I can, take care of the family, and keep it together as a unit, as Pam wants it done. And with that I say, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this our daily bread, and forgive us for our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And give us the kingdom, power, and glory forever and ever. Amen. Hey, you heard Hank Jr., or you heard Hank at the half show. We'll be listening to Hank Jr. at the end of this one. I'm Machine Gun Randy, and I will talk to you Thursday on the American Marijuana Revolution. God bless. Adios.
Bye, Dad.
Bye. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Love you.
Love you.
Why you wanna hang out with us broken men? Well, you could be spending your time